Greetings. There almost wasn't enough +2s. Need better +2s. Better +2age next time. Alright, I hit start stream because I felt bad that it was taking me longer than I planned, but not everything is set up at the moment. Give me a second. How are you feeling? A bit tired, to be honest, but I'm eager to read some more Umineko, but I am a bit tired today. I just took the kids to the candy store and it was a difficult walk. I'm feeling pretty sore. I got some DOMs from yesterday from the jam, which is a good feeling, don't get me wrong, but it's you know, it's still a little physically taxing. But I just had some Undertale lemon cake, so I'm pretty happy about that. So that'll kick in soon, maybe. Undertale lemon cake? Yeah, it was sans gluten. Yep. Okay. Umineko when they cry. No energy drink? I have it for later. I'm not going to start with an energy drink. I'll have it in first break. I'll have some. I'll have a Red Bull. If you could, would you rename one of your kids to George? Nope. All 4 of them. All 4 of them. George Senior, George Senior Junior, George Junior Senior, and George Junior. There you go. This is the highlight of my week. Thank you, Joe. You're welcome. Kinzo has 4 kids. Joe has 4 kids. Coincidence. I also am fond of witches, especially of the blonde persuasion. You know what? It tracks. Kinzo, Bitorichi. Joe, is this a game so far? It is not a game so far, and I don't think it's going to become a game. Can we get a Kinzo emote? Do we really want more than one Umineko emote? Hey, is Jomzi Battler or Bitorichi? I thought it was Bitorichi, but apparently it might be Battler. It's a similar expression that both characters have had, I think. As long as it is actually Bitorichi on the Steam store page with Cackle-y. Maybe it's someone else. Still need a good Cackle-y emote. My Twift Staffer, it's there in the chat. Jomzi. Okay, I might have to go blow my nose. Yeah, for sure. Be right back. 1 second. People have to pile in anyway. Oh, I also need to put my my link out on Discord. 1 second. Let me go do that. Okay. Umineko continues in honor of the fallen VN Steins Gate rip. There we go. Legit overwhelmed by the new emotes. Really? We got hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more coming on Tuesday. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 more coming on Tuesday. 1 with a variant, so technically 6. I wonder if any will have to die in order for that to any of those to be uploaded. What's the Umineko emote? Jomzi. Jomzi is a Umineko expression for real fans only, apparently. Wow. Glad to report the cliff won't be this stream. Have a good time. Spoilers, but there is a cliff coming. Okay. Just wanted to thank you for streaming Umineko. Because of your streams, I read episode 1 of the Umineko manga and liked it so much I'm probably going to switch over to the VN. Oh, my condolences. My condolences. There's a manga? Okay, let me go clear my nose, and then we will say thank you to some people, and then we will commence with the reading. Be right back, like 1 minute. I wasn't prepared when I hit start stream, sorry. Professional streamer. Wait, hold on. New message from Jelly just dropped. I've also got my own Saturday feature now, Joe. Oh, do you? Is it after we're done? Because we'll raid you if that's the case. Or was it before? Nope, just got done with it. Jelly just raided you. Oh, there are raiders from Jelly. Okay. Satisfactory Saturdays before VN? Okay. Satisfactory Saturdays does not roll off the tongue because I just struggled to say it, but it does sound good. It has a ring to it. Alright, right back. Okay, sorry, there was a plot twist. How far along are you in Factorio Space Age? I'm not playing Space Age right now. I stopped playing Space Age a couple weeks after Space Age came out. I got to I saw 3 of the new planets. I didn't get to the 4th planet. I was enjoying it, but I got to the part where I inevitably get to in Factorio runs where I feel like I need to redesign my whole entire factory from the ground up, and I don't just like moving to a new area and starting that usually, so I feel like I have to tear everything down, and then I just get so overwhelmed by the thought of doing that I just quit. Hello Joe, I'm a long-time VOD watcher only who's showing up live just because these streams have been great. Hope you enjoy the game. It has amazing moments. I think you're here on the wrong day, chatter. Today is the VN, not the game. You want the Persona 3 Reload streams, you know. Those are on Tuesday to Friday. It's oh man, it's not a game. Okay, all right, I'm almost ready to start for real. Sorry, it's just too hot in here. One joke. I don't know why I tuned in Twitch TV dot. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Hey Joe, I've stayed up past 3 a.m. just to ask, could you elaborate on how you felt about the end of the Final Farseer books? I had mixed feelings the first time I read them, but I was more positive on a reread. The ending of those books I liked. It was pretty emotional, especially like how long I'd known those characters. I liked the final conclusion of it, but the books getting there I felt were kind of meandering and were all over the place, and maybe if I had read the live ship books I would like the references better, or like what's the other ones that she did? The Dragon Keeper ones, I don't know, I didn't read those either, so maybe there was like parts of it that were lost on me. But the whole chase sequence with B in general, I didn't really like that character, so yeah, I don't know. I would like to reread them again. I've read the Farseer trilogy 3 times. The first 3 books I've read 3 times. I've read the next 3 twice, and I've only read the final 3 once, so I would like to read them again one day and see. Beatrice, man, so Umineko pilled. I can't really go into more detail than that without talking the spoilers and also refreshing myself with some of the plot with the Wikipedia peruse. Sorry, chatter. So I hope it was worth it to stay up to ask me the question just to get that answer. Probably wasn't. My apologies. Yeah, sorry. Is this a bait stream like yesterday? Was that yesterday that we did that? Oh man, the rain sound is looping. Okay, so I want to say thank you to some people, and also say once again, with, you know, a generous helping of might change. This is a tentative confirmation, so not really confirmation at all. Right now, my understanding is that next Friday, the 31st of January, I will be streaming a bonus round of Umineko with guest star Greg, who will be, and we'll be trading some voices. I don't know if Greg will be here for the entire stream, or if you don't know, Greg is Greg Chun, from what we saw on stream, Date from AI Songman Files. Greg shows up in chat sometimes. We love Greg. We've rated Greg a couple times too. Greg was also a guest award receiver on Jadsea 2023. So I'm going to be on stream next Friday, I think, with a professional voice actor. And I will be reading a story across from him. So if you want to come see me embarrass myself, yeah, that will be next Friday, I believe. If it changes, I will let you know. You know, we'll see. I don't know if we're going to start at the usual time or it might be a little later. We'll see. And yeah, I don't know if it's going to be how much time Greg will have for us, but I'm gonna guess we'll get through at least a couple scenes with Greg and I. Teach Greg the Yusuke voice so he can immediately be better than me at it, and then teach me how to do it better. That'd be great. Anyway, so that's what I believe is the plan right now. And then we will probably do 2 Umineko streams next week. So the one on Friday, and then we will do the usual on Saturday. So for some of you, that's like yay. 2 Umineko streams next week. For others of you, you are saying yay, only 3 Persona 3 streams next week. So, you know, whichever camp you fall into, please enjoy. Anyway, let me say thank you to some people, and then we will begin our reading. I will try and say thank you to people when the scene breaks, so we don't have a huge amount to go through at some point during break time, I think. Anyway, thank you, Mouse, for the bits with Happy Umineko Day. Umineko, it's today. Are we all ready for our book club? So welcome to the weekend book club, everyone. I hope that you had a pleasant Monday through Friday. We've all stayed away from the anime and the manga this week, as usual, right? Real books only. What have we been reading? Thank you, Zorgox, for the bits. Chat, we've been far too positive about Umineko. We gotta start being more negative. Come on. Yeah, it's gonna be miserable when we hit a part of the plot that I don't like, and I stick to my guns, and then chat's like, what the fuck? Now he hates it? I thought it was gonna be good the whole time. Thank you, Crazo9000, also for the resub. Can we get a quick recap on this game so far, please? Again, you're here the wrong day. This is a lost chatter. Those are the Persona 3 streams that you're probably thinking of. Should I do a recap of the story so far? I don't think I should. I think that if we do that every the beginning of every week, I think it's going to end up being pretty tedious. Although maybe there's some compromise I can do. There's Ushi Romeo family on the estate's on an island. We've come back. We're Battler, a guy named Battler. We're the grandson of the head of the family, Kinzo. Kinzo got a bunch of gold, presumably from a witch, we think, like many years before. And he's about to die, and the whole family has reconvened on this island, and a storm is coming in, and it seems like they're setting up that someone is about to be killed on the island. The witch has appeared, but maybe it's not a witch, maybe it's someone pretending to be the witch, and there's all the family is vying for the inheritance and the gold that Kinzo has hidden somewhere on the island, or has been hidden on his behalf, and there's an epitaph on a painting that is like a riddle or a puzzle or something like that. I'm not really clear, and the people are looking for the gold, and one of the children has already found some of the gold and thinks that the gold is now real, and that's all I can really say right now without going into like so many details that we might as well just read it again. There you go. That was like a 3-minute recap that we got here. You're just gonna have to feel the vibes from there. Maybe I can find a better way to do a recap at the beginning of these streams from now on. Yeah. Thank you, Numinatus, for the resub with a message. I finally made it for our live stream. Been keeping up with the game via the VODs. Been having an absolutely amazing time. Thank you again for deciding to come back to this. Hope you have fun with a heart. Oh, thank you. I'm enjoying it very much. Last week was really good. The weekend before that, there was a lot of bad parts, but last week was almost all good. Thank you, Zero Nanashi, for the resub with a message. Sadly, ass eaters, I guess. Thank you very much. Thank you, Quixotics, for the bits. Hey Joe, I won't be watching Umineko streams for a while since the last couple streams somehow convinced me that reading a VN would be a good idea, so I hope you and chat are having a good time with the streams, and I'll be eagerly anticipating the VODs once I've read through it myself. Bold. Gonna experience it twice. That reminds me of something I wanted to say actually about this read-through. Please do bear with me. Most of you who have read this yourself already, may have refreshed yourself with the story since finishing it, but also overwhelmingly likely did not read it in like once a week installments. I have a 1 week break between these, so I might be a little rusty on like the gears going and remembering everything. I have a pretty good memory for stories most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. So, you know, if I'm like, wait, who's that again? You know, just bear with me, just be a little patient and see, okay? Like, if I have to, like, stream it twice a week, then we'll do that to keep it fresh. But I think it's all right so far. Con5654 for some bits. 1,000 of them. I have read 3 episodes since your last stream. What? So it's all you've done. I've been looking forward to this all week. Shout out Umi Jad's Den, and thank you, Joe, for the good times. I think Umi Den was requesting that they get a second Umi Den that is only allowed for discussion about the game. Sorry, I'm doing it now. It's discussion about the story up until the stream is there, instead of just it all being the same one. I don't know if we want to do that. Maybe we should. 2 Umi Dens? Getting out of hand. Thank you, Con5654, for 5 good subs showing up again in the feed. Thank you, Con. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub also to Ushi Romeo George. Wait, that's on the screen. It's Mike, last name Hunt, and I have to do it that way, or else there might be a problem. For Timmy, thank you for the resub. Joe, while watching the 80 hours of filler, 5 hours of plot game, there was Little Nightmares slander. Little Nightmares clears inside. Doesn't it though? Yeah, I know. Chad is not with us, unfortunately. Oh, it's 2 years too. Welcome to 2-year club. Thank you, Mike. Little Nightmares way better than Inside. It's not even close, sorry. It's not even close. Thank you, Uber Supersloth, for the bits. Bonus Umineko and Greg. It's like a second Christmas. Almost. And you know what that means. Silver Keith X for the new sub, welcome. Sodaman FN with the message with some bits. Can you please explain in detail why you don't like that plot point you hypothetically hate, and we'll need 3 reasons why. Oh, man. I didn't realize how many essays were being written in chat yesterday while I was gone or not looking at chat. Oh, man. Oh, man. And the last 2, Grab Wrecked with the resub, taking a break from my personal thesis hell to watch some weeb, not gaming. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Tomo Komot, again for the bits. If we keep donating, he will never start Umi. Stop subbing. Stop subbing. All right. So unless there's something wrong with the sound or anything like that, I'm going to begin reading now. Umiden has requested the channel be a general book den with an Umineko thread. They actually went and read Agatha Christie and have a little book club. Stay winning, Umiden. Oh, okay. We're actually... I don't know if the mod team has made different decisions, but last time I checked in with the mod team, we're actually going to be moving over to Jad's not having threads anymore. So I don't know if that's going to work out, but we could have a book den. We had a book den before, and no one cared enough. But now weebs have learned how to read, so... Maybe we could, yeah. Jensen is getting killed. It'll be just a channel instead. That's what we're thinking of doing right now. But I think it was still under some deliberation. If we kill Genshin down without an alternative, we'd lose like 80% of our chatters, our population. Genshin Den outnumbers us all. There are people there that don't even know who I am. Unironically, while on Jads, they'll be like, "What is Jads?" Okay. Let us continue. Here we go. George. So the scene before this one was Battler and Jessica went to the guest house. They made Shannon to come play cards with them or something like that, right? And then Shannon went down to the servants' room to talk with Kanon and Genji. Kanon said you shouldn't play with them because, you know, you're taking the night shift in the guest house. And then the next scene was off camera. Persona characters wonder what that's like. Off camera, Shannon went back and to the guest room, said, "I can't play with you." Went back to the house for some reason, and George has gone with her. Okay? So, and now we're seeing that scene after we just saw a scene with Battler and Jessica, I believe, in the room by themselves or something like that, talking about the storm that's coming in. There's a typhoon coming in. So right now, everyone is in the main mansion except for Battler, Jessica, Maria, Genji, and Kanon, who are all in the guest house, and George and Shannon, who are outside talking in this Pagglegoda or whatever the fuck they're called, right? I think that's where everyone is at the moment, unless they've moved off camera. Okay, so here we go. According to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight. It also seems it'll last all day tomorrow, though it should get a little better. Let me know if the sound is too loud. Really? Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday. I feel like I've read this before. Haha, I knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand. Shimano? Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay. I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. Wow, you checked the weather report. What a shad. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast. What are these boobs? It's no surprise you're well prepared as someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday. Well, making a company prosper really is a tough job. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when studying under my father. Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates. My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name. Much of his philosophy on managing businesses comes from talking about them. Did you know? Takeda Shinjin, who was feared as leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period, started out with his troops in complete disarray and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them all. Is that true? That's a little unexpected. Look at you pretending to care. Aww. In order to unite his troops, Shinjin showed his excellent leadership in many ways. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal. Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war, and they were all awarded at once. He continued this diligently while on the field of battle, until one day he ran out of medals, and immediately showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant fashion. Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them, and so on. Doubt? Takeda Shinjin wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period. Corps? It's corps, right? Or is it corps? Can you say corpse? It's corps, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's corps. Is there ever a time you say corpse? cavalry corps in the warring period. It's cool. I thought it was Peak. He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout the warring period. And because he was that kind of person, all of his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shannon had already heard the story several years ago, and she was fucking tired of hearing it. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue, because the faster he continued, the faster it'd be over. Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications. But you can't build up a castle or succeed in war by yourself. Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates by borrowing their strength. And after understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am. When I look at my father's back? There's a lot of people looking at people's backs in this. I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now. George-sama, you truly look up to your father. I'm jealous. Sorry, that's not how I meant it. I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it either. Okay, how did you mean it? The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. You can see your feet? Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukuin House? Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. Okay. Should there be like an extra comment here, or am I just slow on the pacing of this sentence? It makes sense, but yeah. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin? It's Fuka, so Fukuin, all took names with the character on in them while they served. Oh, so you're just Shan? And the other guys Can? So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Kannon. All the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of the witchers, because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Cannon called Shannon his sister. And while it's kind of weird, and while both Shannon and Cannon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the On character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. Oh, so there are other servants. Okay. However, but they're not here right now. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years, spookily almost exactly on the dot. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. They get paid? Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Okay, you know what? I'm really surprised that it isn't just... I was getting like the servants are in a cult vibe, to be honest with you. So they pay their servants well. Okay, that's pretty base. I'm pretty surprised. That is not the read I had on this. Okay. I'm surprised Kinzo is the kind of man that would pay his servants well. Huh. Okay. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. So relatable. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control and have them work close to him. This cannot be the whole story. Or the whole reason. Or, you've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? You must have saved up a lot of money by now. I wonder. It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy, except for some more Bitcoin. After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live off for the rest of your life. The reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum? Yes, that's right. I have nowhere to go outside this mansion. And I've been getting along well with Milady and the other young servants. The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun. But that can't be your entire life, Shannon-chan. No, Sayo-chan. Shannon cast her eyes downward when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent. There's something I've learned as I continue to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society. You're so fucking weird, George. What the fuck? A human's life is not as monotonous or as short as we thought when we were kids. All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of the eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities. For you with money, maybe. So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon. I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever. That's... Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle, and since she never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away, bit by bit, neglected. Wow, good thing we had this talk out here. Life-changing. George-sama. Is it wrong for me to continue living this way? Yeah, it is. Oh, and by the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Mischievous. Shannon already knew what she was being tried for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed. Oh no. Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone? I couldn't obey that as a promise. But if it was an order, I would have to obey it, because I'm furniture. Then it's an order. Yes, certainly, George-san. As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following it with a sigh. Yeah, we know, we heard it, yep. Yes, that's fine, Sayo-chan. George smiled at Shannon. No, Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery. Is there an honorific that's Nara? This short exchange alone made it clear how far back the relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. Alan? Smash? Glitch? Oh. Okay. That's right. I have something I wanted to show you. What could it be? Chat, behave yourself. Chat, I swear to God. George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. It's in your pocket? Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box covered in a deep blue velvet. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take. I want you to take this. I am Arthur, said Arthur. I couldn't accept something so valuable. You can't take it? No. I'm unworthy of such a thing. Sayo, this isn't a request. It's an order. Take this ring and become engaged to me, okay? I order you. If it's an order, I cannot disobey. Yeah, that's right. Well done. Whoa, what the... Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. The ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Sayo's own will. So from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore, Sayo. I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow without using words. I order you. Wait, what? What do you mean? Do you understand? How should I? I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger after all. If you like it, you can just put it on any finger you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life. Look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a day. George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly. I could probably order you to wear it on your left hand. You might be timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of an order, but I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Sayo. George, what the fuck? Understand? Yes. So, that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon. How is Battler the most fucking normal person here? What the fuck? We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worry about us. Oh, I'm sorry. I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so I have to go kill someone. I have to go back to the mansion at a time like this. Is that true? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. Okay, pick another word. I hope she doesn't put the ring on and then get in trouble for like stealing the ring, and then she's like, no, you don't understand. George gave it to me, and it's like the motherfucker. George wouldn't give that to anyone. Like, oh man. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. I don't think she's lying. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it as an order. Ah! Oh shit! Okay. Read pin? What pin? Oh, hey chat. Sorry, I'm not reading chat much at all when I'm reading the story. There are no pins. I don't see any pins. Pin is gone, you're good? Okay. It's not a pin. Thank you, Elrem, for the resub. I wish Kairi was my stepmom too. Emphasis on the step. On. Oh, we have more viewers than Persona 3 did yesterday. Nice. Twinkmaster cooked the weebs. Oh, did the microphone cut out at some point? Oh no, we're fine. Okay. What if I don't notice for like a whole scene? Shit. That would be terrible. We can read, and I'll be reading out loud still. No one can hear me, and it'll be probably slower than someone reading. Thinking message effect from Zero and Nanashi. In 2021, we witnessed a miracle when the AI Somnium Marble yeeted itself across the track, carried by the hand of Votos herself to secure its spot as a future game. 4 years later, Joe is going to read Peak with the VA of the main character. Who knew this world had such wonderful fruits? Thank you, Bowis, for the resub. Hey Joe, what color is your aura? Green, I think. I think green. Is that a good color? Can you sell Shannon on Gumtree, you think? Because she's furniture? Wow. Wow, thank you, Tomo. Let's continue. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. A mixture of exhalation? Snow exhalation?
Exaltation.
Exaltation. There we go. Wow, I was so far off. Exaltation.
Exaltation.
Like an exalted orb, obviously.
Exaltation.
Exaltation. Exaltation. Exaltation. Okay. Exaltation. Why is chat going crazy? Oh shit, that's why. Thank you, Loner Archon, for 40 gift subs. Holy shit. Thank you, Loner Archon. That is a lot of gift subs. Remember when we used to get gift subs and they would be all listed off on the list and I would read out the name of every single person that got a gift sub? Remember when we did that? That was all like morbing for practice for me reading Umineko all this time later. The whole streaming career has been building to this. Thank you, Loner Archon. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. Exaltation. And uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until she felt like it was about to burst. We're gonna try though. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Goda... Oh, she's not in the mansion. She went back to the guest house. Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. I hate crossword puzzles. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened. Genji-sama told me to come help you. Oh, hold on. Okay, so they reused the art of this room in the guest house and in the mansion? Or was the previous scene also in the mansion and I misunderstood? There are two rooms with the same background? Is it not slightly different? If it is, I can't tell without seeing it. Okay, so she is back in the mansion. All right. Is that so? That's a relief. I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned. After all, Kraus-sama and the others' meeting looks as though it will continue for quite some time. They might request some tea at any moment. That's true. Then what shall we do? Should I watch over? In that case, forgive me, Shannon-san, but I ask that you patrol the mansion. I thought that you had the shift in the guest house, or is that past at this point? How long were you out with George? Maybe I'm not remembering it properly. I will stay here awaiting the family's orders. Yes. I thought all of Kinzo's like marked servants were banished by Kraus to the guest house tonight. I thought that's what happened. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Ooh, I'm really surprised that you have opinions. Wow, furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. Starting to think that Goda is maybe not a nice person. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. Man. Goda's so bad that it can ruin the high of just being proposed to? Damn. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. Shannon patrol, whenever you're in trouble. She began to hear tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. This second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion. Yep, it's this game. Until yet another person interrupted. I mean the story. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She'd been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Kraus discovered her. Ah, okay, so I did remember right. Alright, so she's here off the books. Interesting. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. Why? Why bother? She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokkenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much purpose. Okay, alright, thank you. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Ushiromiya head family, at least not until Natsuhi had scolded them for being careless. Natsuhi is my favorite System of a Down song, by the way. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and as she checked them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Loading? The hell was that? At the time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story which had been passed down amongst the servants who had served the Ushirumi family. Uh-oh. Don't think of ghost stories. Never think of anything. Okay, here's some advice from someone who's older, chat. Ghosts will always wait until you're starting to think about ghosts. Ghosts don't strike unless you're already creeped out. They can tell. They're like dogs. They can smell fear. And once you start thinking about ghosts, that's when the ghosts show up. So you gotta be careful, okay? The mansion had 2 different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Canon-kun once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Didn't you say you didn't believe in ghosts? That's how I keep the ghosts away. Okay? Keep up. I'm telling no lies. How can I be scared of something that doesn't exist? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. Torichi. Who's lighting these lamps? Are they gas powered, do you think, or electric? Oh man, moody. 07th mod is probably making this a lot better. Those footsteps? 2400. All the pieces are in place. Okay, I couldn't finish reading the achievement. All right. Is this the end of episode 1? We did it. Okay. 6 hours later. The second day, October 5th, 1986, 1986, 10-5. 1980s Japan. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. It seems it will last all day after all. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Kanon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. Okay, that's good. Okay. Damn. I gotta say, it is overly verbose, and the pacing, you know what, the pacing hasn't been that bad since we got to the island, I gotta say. But, like, I often, like, have a question, like, you know, like, this seems like very strenuous work, because, like, all these shifts, like, they worked all day and then worked all night, like, what the hell? And then they answer it, like, almost right away. The person who wrote this, or I don't know if it was in the edit afterwards, really seemed to hone in on when something needed like just a quick line of justification or explanation that the reader might be like wondering. Not that it's super important or anything, but it's just kind of annoying to have all these little thoughts in the back of your head that are like, hold on, is that normal? Like, what's that like? And just a little line here, like, hey, you know, here's it also adds to the character of the place. Like, having this answered, I know that Kinzo actually isn't that bad of a boss at this point. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's still mean in other other ways, and the furniture line is really fucked up. But in some ways, he seems to be not the worst employer in the world. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. It's adding some character. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Cannon thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it, except for that one flower with the ribbon tied around it. Spookily, it had survived. Cannon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he probably had already woken up and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. Now, he's probably still doing a crossword puzzle. Four-letter word. Someone who really likes anime. Ha. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. Did Shannon not make it back to the guest house? Where is Shannon? The Ushiromiya family mansion was the only thing on Rockinjima, so in the past they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Okay, why? Are you paranoid? Or what? What did you see? Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Kannon so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep. Well then, let us begin the morning chores. Yes, sir. The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Cannon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Okay, and if I go back on the list, it doesn't change what's there. Okay. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking. Good morning. Okay, so the servants eat Goda's food too? A little surprised by that as well. I thought maybe Goda would only make food for the people, the guests. Maybe he makes a more casual meal for that. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not opened, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold without a trace of a fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Is Goda dead? Oh, Shannon killed Goda for ruining the vibes of her engagement! Oh man, you know what? Not guilty. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even the servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. Based. Cannon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't hear that characteristic sound of a dial tone. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could the lightning last night have damaged the machine, breaking the extension line? Okay, so I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I just want to make absolutely sure, because maybe there's some underground cable tech that I don't understand. It can't be that. This island has to have its own generator, right? It's not close enough to the mainland that do they even have electrical cables that go underwater like that? That's probably not a thing, right? So it must have its own generator for electricity. They do, but it's probably a generator. Do they really have? Is it for just islands close to the coast? I know there are gigantic cables that connect the internet right across the Atlantic, and they must have some power going through them. But did they have powered cables for islands that are close to the coast? Maybe they do. Okay, I know nothing about this, huh? Could lightning? Probably not in the 80s. I mean, the 80s was 200 years ago. Yeah, you're right. The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up on trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsui's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly and couldn't sleep at all without medicine. Oh, we're Natsuhi now! To Natsuhi, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace, so when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsui's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Ooh. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. She pines for the Kinzo room. Natsuhi gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. Man, are they, like, say usual, but, like, is it chronic, like, even when they're not visiting? Isn't this upside down? Believe it or not, our house has a keyhole like this to the basement, and, one time I got a lockpick set for myself to practice, and I tried to pick the lock because it didn't have a key, and I accidentally locked it, and then I couldn't get into the basement, so I had to sit there it was like a boss battle. I had to sit there for like 30 minutes until I unlocked it again with my lockpick set, but I did it. That's the most important thing. I did it. I think this is upside down, isn't it? Don't the keys usually go with like the teeth in the bottom and you turn? Or maybe there's certain other ones that go teeth up like that. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsuhi had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful. I wonder if I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive. Then Natsuhi remembered. That's right, last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsuhi opened a drawer on her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuhi had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, why is that hard for me to say today? She pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. Are we, like, comparing them? Is it a contest? She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits. And she had been given it especially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been disturbed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsuhi returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room. Yes? Good morning, madam. It is Genji, said Genji. My apologies for waking you so early. I'm coming now. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsuhi took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever trouble she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsuhi tentatively responded. Goda got Norded. Good morning. Did something happen? My apologies. It would seem that the telephones have broken down to lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly. The extension telephone isn't working? That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to fix? I'm afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repair it. Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon passes? Then it will remain broken down for that duration of our guests' stay. Will that hamper our efforts to care for our guests? We will do all we can to ensure there are no problems. Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsuhi let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of troubles she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava. Natsuhi gave her head a light shake. Ava's sitting there, poking at Gouda's food. You know, Gouda's really good and all, but I'm a little tired of this fancy food. I wish I could, have some Donos like Kinzo, If I could call for some, look over at Natsuhi. God damn it, the migraine's coming back. Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well? As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried. Oh no! Your worst nightmare is coming true. See, don't we think she looks like Sailor Jupiter a little bit? What did you say? Natsuhi was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the telephones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuhi put... Okay, I think I did read it right. Natsuhi put her hand to her forehead and shook her head. Well, I suppose he slept in. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. What? Natsuhi exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. What creepy thing? What? It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone had dipped their fingers in a reddish-black liquid and scratched at the door around the door. Oh, that's fucking creepy! What the fuck? What? It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands. Some thing walked around the house and tried to open every single door, and they couldn't because of the scorpion charm on hers? Damn! What? What sort of prank is this? How awful. I also just noticed it as I came to call you. I will clean it later. Perhaps. This is a vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? You imagine lying in bed and your door's closed and you can barely see in the darkness the door, that the doorknob is kind of just moving just a little bit as you're staring there at night, and you see the doorknob just kind of moving just a little bit, and you're not really sure if it's moving or not, and then you hear a little thump on the door maybe, and then and then it stops and you're like, oh, okay, it was nothing, and then you go to sleep, and then you wake up the next day and you go outside, you open the door, and you've kind of forgotten about it, that it happened, but then you look at the doorknob when you come back to the room after the bathroom, and there's like all these little scratch marks around the doorknob, and you're like, wait, what? Natsuhi had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsuhi gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. What about the rest of the doors? Do they all have it? Or just hers? When Natsuhi and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there. Where's Yoshi? I don't see him. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Natsuhi-san. I heard Goda-san would be making us breakfast too. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up. When was that? Whoa! After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family household. Giggle, giggle. Giggle E. I'm pleased to see that you two are in high spirits so early in the morning, Eva-san. With a weary expression, Natsuhi returned to Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Kennen jogged in. Jogged! After bowing in apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice. Canon. Have you still not found Goda? My apologies, madam. I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest house, but I still haven't found him. Where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right now. No, it's not. People are missing? See it too immediately. Yes. Ken glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the word should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself. Madam, it is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found. My husband? Oh, so is he dead and he tried to get into the room to see you, or is he bleeding somewhere and it's only your door? I feel like we would know if it was more than your door with the blood on it. Huh. Okay. Yes. Even before. I mean, I'm assuming it's blood. Maybe it's Bitsurichi just running around putting red ink all over the place as it, to own the libs. Even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him that breakfast wasn't being prepared, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, he is not the only one missing. What? Rudolph-sama, his wife, and Rosa-sama are nowhere to be found. Not in the guest house. Did they morph to another reality, and in that reality you're the ones that are missing? What the fuck's going on? Not in the guest house nor the mansion. Now, hold on. Chat. You might be like, Joe, there's not going to be any morbing in this story. Come on, morbing was just for that. Do you know how many fucking games and stories we have done on this fucking stream that have ended up being just fucking morbing with extra steps? At least 3. Yes, they were not in their rooms in the guest house either. When she'd heard that Goda alone was missing, she'd assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she'd learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Ava's gonna be fucking pissed. You can't even keep your guests safe here. What are you doing, Natsuhi? Could last night's family conference have continued all night up until the present moment? I don't know, ask them. If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room. Going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. Goda had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. Yeah, that's a logical thought, actually. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment. Where's Kairi? I want to see Kairi with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuhi. She remembered the illusion she'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, weary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on. Perhaps they are still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach. Without Ava? At any rate, if we don't call Goda back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast. So, what are you saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion without us? She had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuhi and managed to grasp the situation. Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rose's case? Just a bit after midnight, the two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. Though I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. Natsuhi snorted, her face still blank. Cannon, search outside. If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast. Certainly. Natsuhi Nissan, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study? Oh, I see, that's certainly possible. I don't know what path their conversation took, but there's certainly a chance they moved to Father's study and let them in on the discussion. Anyway, can we have some cornflakes? I can't imagine that Father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study. You really think so? Well then, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Genji-san and Kanon-kun, but could you search outside? It wouldn't be that strange for Nissan to suggest they go for a walk to cool their heads. Are you like purposely trying to like override her by saying the exact same thing, but now she's listening to you instead of Natsuhi, or what? Even in this weather, I'll go to Father's study. Who knows, they might actually be there after all. Eva-san, I couldn't ask a guest like you to exert herself so. I will go. I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it. Oh, then I'll leave it in your hands, though I somehow doubt he'll return your greeting. Natsuhi Nissan, have you always been on such good terms with Father? I don't know whether you could call it that, but I am sure that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor to the Ushiromiya family. Then I'm sure he'll at least answer you, right? I'd like to at least have breakfast with Father. Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us? Cornflakes, it seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure he'll listen to you if he trusts you that much. After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince father and come down alone, then I doubt you'll ever be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Okay, you know what? You didn't cook with this one. The past ones have been better than this. But, you know, you only got about 5 hours sleep. People are missing. You're taking the shot. Respect it. I respect the shaking the shot, but, you know, sometimes you miss the shots that you take. I am not confident. Yeah, that's right. She hasn't had breakfast yet. She needs her cornflakes. I'm not confident, but I will try. Natsuhi responded, looking discouraged. Even she's not taking it. She's like, yeah, whatever. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva was clearly mocking her. Yep, confident that Natsuhi wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. Yep. But even so, Natsuhi would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuhi clench her fist slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder. We also have Fruit Loops. Oh, madam. Please take this if you would. And this is? Genji handed Natsuhi a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. Oh, damn. The study had an auto lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door. But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame? You're coming too, right? When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice. And it would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if he must talk through the door. Please use this, Genji. Until now, Natsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her since he worked directly under Kinzo, but it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him now that Kinzo was about to die and he still wanted to keep his job. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then, Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Cannon. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering. Well then, you must bring father with you, okay? After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. Giggle-ee, giggle-ee, giggle-ee. We're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure. Quit it, Eva. You're taking this too far. Whoa! Really? Damn! Sorry, Natsuhi-san, but we're counting on you to deal with father. Without answering, Natsuhi forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Okay, you know what, though? Is that actually him saying you're being too rough? Or... because he did this a bunch in the conversation in the parlor earlier. Sometimes he's like, look, I'm the voice of reason, and because I'm the voice of reason, that means you get to go even harder. It's like I'm softening the blow a little bit. I wonder if they coordinate that or something. I don't know. After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. Okay, I think we're back with Battler now. So scene change. Scene change. Thank you, Cybermonk, for the bits. I'm usually a VOD boy, but I've been able to tune in because I've been having a shitty 2025. As such, therefore, more than anything else, I've been looking forward to this stream all week. You are one of my favorite streamers, and you have an uncanny ability to make almost anything entertaining. Even Persona 3? I'm sorry, Persona 3 fans. I'm sorry. Even Life is Strange 2? No, that's too far. That's too far. I certainly wouldn't have found out about all these weeb games if not free. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's the punchline. All right, thank you, Cybermonk. Thank you, Cybermonk. That was a nice message. Thank you. Thank you, Broadsworn, or Broadsworn, for the resub. Hey, Joe, thanks for the streams. Been lovely to have something to watch during what's been a pretty tricky part of my life. Enjoyed the weeb game, smiley face. Seems like a lot of people are having some difficult times in their life at the moment. I'm sorry to hear that, everyone. Seems to be something of a trend. Is it just New Year blues, or the world's in kind of a downturn at the moment, or yeah? Anyway, I hope it goes better for you, Broadsworn, and for some of the other people that are having some issues at the moment as well. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. I unironically got so invested I forgot to send some bits. Joms, I love the atmosphere of this part of the VN. Yeah, it's going quite well, actually, considering that is okay, air quotes, just a VN. I don't mean that condescendingly, but you know, usually it's the text that it leans on, but it had some vibes there for a second. Oh man, I am sore today. Holy shit. I love how everyone, including chat, collectively understood the gravitas of Genji handing Natsuhi the key to Kinzo's study because of all the setup. I'm loving this so far. It's good, isn't it? I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I do still think that the first part could have been cut down by quite a bit, but there's been a lot of setup and then payoff so far. Like, it's not like setup for fucking like 50 hours and then the payoff only comes after it, like a certain other VN that we may or may not have dropped. After all the excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George and Nikki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin's room. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Ooh, Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. Ooh. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Ooh. Wake ooh up. Whoa, what? Is it an enemy raid? Surround them! To battle! After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to George and Nikki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening. Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan. Aw, George is awake! Aw, the day is looking brighter. You stopped us from sleeping after that late night. If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it. Georgie-san, you really are an adult. I respect that. It'll be 7 soon. Well, it's not really a bad time to wake up. Yawn. George is so good at sleeping, genuinely inspiring. Says Sound of Rain. Oh, this is your scene. Mama's not here. Ooh. Aunt Rosa? She wasn't in her room? I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion. Not here. Ooh. Mama. Ooh. Maria kept groaning, ooh, and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. That's not my joke, by the way. Someone did that in a resub or a bit message last week. So just want to be clear. Not my joke. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. If we just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was right now, except that she wasn't here. Anyway, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion. That's right. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too. Ooh, Mama's in the mansion? Then I'll go there. Yeah, I guess we should go to the mansion. Our parents have probably already gone there. Maria regained her usual composure so completely, her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. Alright, let's go to the mansion. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. We're going to the mansion. What is this, rain? We're walking to the mansion. We've arrived at the mansion. Once more there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Eva would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Eva aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Natsuhi readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door. Okay, so if it's a locked room mystery, Kinzo should be dead. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Is this the first time she's been in the room? I don't know if that was said or not. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsuhi entered the room quietly. Do locked room mysteries originate with Agatha Christie, or does it even predate that? Who was the first one to do like a lock? Was Agatha Christie the one that really like made it like go kaboom though, or what? When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out of the window. So, you're awake. Good morning. How did you get in? Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm, and Natsuhi was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. I am really surprised he's still alive. Natsuhi wasn't able to relax. My sincere apologies. I asked Genji-san, and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Oh, Genji did? If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. So, what business do you have with me? Well, breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us. I will eat here. Have it brought here like always. But father, this family conference happens only once a year. Please, at least let them see your face. Go back downstairs. Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? How foolish. Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me. And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me. His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsuhi realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Eva's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsuhi could do. Is that so? Understood. I'm sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Why are you telling people are missing? Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up. Is it spasmodic or spasmodic? I've seen that word before, but I've never had to say it out loud.
Spasmodic.
Spasmodic, okay. Irregular bursts. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person. Natsuhi. It has been quite some time since she married into the Ushiromiya family. Yes, it has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushiromiya. Do you sometimes long for your previous family? No. Marriage means abandoning your birth family. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. The Ushiromiya family is the only family I can come home to, the only one I am fond of. She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushiromiya family name to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromiya, leaving her to race about in vain. If Kraus were a woman, and you his husband. No, I won't say that. You have to say it now! No! What do you mean by that? Father. Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she'd suffered up to that point. Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man. Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsuhi couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart. Father, even though I, Natsuhi, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. I will most assuredly see to it that your honor and glory and everything you have left behind are protected. You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart. That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family. And yet I still let my personal servants wear it, even though I won't let you wear it. This is actually a really big compliment from him. Damn. Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes, but such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives. Hates his own family. I now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Ushiromiya family. Okay, so all I'm getting from this is that Kinzo really wants his breakfast. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago when she had been just a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room. Ah, good timing. How is father? You were taking so long, so I came to check. When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of the one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory. Suck it, Eva! Fuck you! Father said he would not join in on the family conference. He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters. I figured you'd say something like that. If you failed to persuade father, just say so. How pitiful. I'm beginning to see why father lamented so. Oh, the reversal! Oh, good job, Natsuhi! Holy shit! What do you mean by that? Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down the stairs. Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it, and following after Natsuhi, like something scratched at Natsuhi's door. So were Nissan and the rest there? Did you ask father about them? I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not inside the study. Father would never let them into his room and to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went. Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast may be late, but how would you like some tea, Eva-san? That would be fine. Eva couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsuhi's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsuhi back to the parlor. Good for you, Natsuhi! When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Oh, Nanjo's still here! Yeah, Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsuhi had returned. You still have not found my husband and the rest? Yes, my apologies. Also, Kumasawa has started preparing breakfast. She said that she will need just a little longer. The clock read a little past 8. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host. Cannon is now searching outside. Also, no one has seen Shannon either. Oh, even Shannon's missing? Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? Live chandelier reaction, just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least that seemed to reflect the feelings of her children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. I'm surprised the TV's working. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before who it belonged to that it was probably Cannon, not Kraus and the rest. Kraus? Madam, excuse me. Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them. My apologies. I still haven't. That will be enough. You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on the island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. Okay, this did not go where I thought it was going to go. Some of them missing? Like, what the fuck? They'd probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuhi was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search. Where could they be? It's like raining outside. I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for all the guests. Thanks to both of you for all your hard work so early in the morning. Natsuhi left the parlor, acting as though the release in tension had caused a new surge in her headache. Kennen tried to call her back, but Natsuhi left swiftly. What is it? Was there something else? Footsteps? Yes. Footprints? I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but... Well... Kennen sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Even Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They probably picked up on something strange in Kennen's behavior. What's going on, Ken-kun? Did you find Kraus-Nissan and everyone else? Actually, the Rose Garden storehouse looked strange. What do you mean? It looked strange. It was, how should I explain it? Kennen hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from his usually fearless, from this usually fearless boy. Fearless? Seeing this, Eva and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously. What do you mean? Are you saying Nissan and the others were inside the storehouse? No, the storehouse is gone. I'm going to inspect the inside now. It's a castle now. I just now came back to get the key, but, I don't really get it, but it sounds like we're just gonna... We just gotta look around inside it. Where's the key to that storehouse? It's in the servant room. Let us check inside the storehouse at once. How big is the storehouse? Kennen dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would go check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usual fearless Kennen to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Kennen couldn't talk about won out. Well, they're really building up this storehouse bit. Holy shit, while the children made a big fuss watching television, Kennen and the rest dashed over to the entrance. Including Nanjo? The Rose Garden Storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. Some might even say that they were stored there. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Man, I can't even see it. Kennen, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden, only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. Okay, it's a garage kind of thing. It was quite an old shed, and compared to it doesn't look old to me at all. And compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard to see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kennen and Genji. Ha. You two sure are fast. I thought my heart was going to explode. Oh, this part, I love or hate this part, depending on what happens in it, based. I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. But, what's with the sound cutting out? What is that? When Eva looked where Kennen was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kennen's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter. And there, everyone suddenly realized what Kennen had been unable to find the words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to the wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. Ooh. There was something that looked like a strange, dark red liquid, mucus, or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood, in a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. Yeah, okay, fucking... Okay, I get that you're repeating it because you want the scene to be stretched out a little bit to give it, like, you know, more gravitas, as Annie for Prez said earlier, but, like, say something else instead of just the same thing twice. Two circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The four ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. Umbrella? And the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters or possibly symbols. What a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could this be one of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies? It was Maria! It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape drawn in a deep red dripping substance. When was this made? Last night. I came here before it started raining and there was nothing drawn here at that time. We must do something before anyone else sees this. The rain's washing away. I wonder how many times Mitsuichi had to draw this before. She's there, like, she draws it. She stays behind the shed. Is anyone coming to see it? Oh, god damn it! It's been like half an hour. Okay, do it again. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, they're coming this side. Okay, all right. It's coming this side. All right, good. All right. Phew. Finally, we must do something else before anyone sees this. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort. That's right. Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to. There is some paint inside the storehouse. Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure. What? Then repaint it again. Someday, when the weather is good. Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. Is that on Natsuhi's door, or was there another one? That must have been. That's right. He had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room. That's right. Zack. Kennen-kun, let's remove this scribble quickly and go back, okay? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in. Yes, ma'am. I will take care of it immediately. Kennen squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to a kid program they came across, Maria was feeling much better. Battler and Jessica were poking fun at the kids' show at every turn, cackling together. Okay, they have no idea what's going on. It's like, yeah, Paw Patrol, Paw Patrol. Like, yeah, George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nanjo sat on the sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly, also grumbling about not having breakfast. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of four that had just left? It was Genji! It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small, silent bow and quickly approached him. Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Please come with me quickly. Well, what's the matter? Oh, you want him to see if he thinks it's blood. As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV. Paw Patrol, and the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Still riding high off of the Kinzo compliment, Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ear, and Natsuhi went pale too in apparent shock. Oh, okay, so there was something in the shed. Then leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them dashed toward the entrance. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window. What's that? Isn't that Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo? And that's Aunt Natsuhi, isn't it? What's up, Aniki? Maybe something happened. They looked terribly flustered. When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance of the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter. Could there have been some kind of accident? Let's go check it out. It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right? For some reason, what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet, but they couldn't deny that they were all a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance. Let's check it out, okay? I'm worried something might have happened. Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them. Hey Maria, are you coming too, or will you watch TV? Ooh, wanna watch TV? No! Don't leave her alone! Ooh! Oh, for God's sake. Let's go on without her. Maria-chan, we'll be back soon. You keep watching TV, okay? We're gonna come back and she's gonna be watching like Sopranos and be like, what the fuck? Why are you watching this? Oh, some lady came in and changed the channel. She was really interested in watching it. Who was it? Toriichi! Don't leave her alone. By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. That would help. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. Okay, if someone's dead, if someone's dead in the shed, for the sake of the characters that I find the most interesting, I really hope that it's not Shannon. Surprisingly, I really hope it's not Rudolph. I actually hope it's Kraus. I think if someone's dead in the shed, I think I would prefer it to be Kraus. He's like the least interesting character to me so far. He's not uninteresting, but he's the least interesting character to me. I would be happy if Kraus was dead. I wouldn't. If someone's gotta be dead, I would be happiest if it's Kraus. Okay. or maybe Gouda. These two. Who suspiciously... They have same face. Wait, have we ever seen Kraus and Gouda in the same place at the same time? Oh. Okay, you know what? I take it back. I would like it to be Gouda. I think Gouda is the least interesting character. you know, upset about not even eating his calf steak. Krause has had some interesting parts. I'd take it back. Goda. I want Goda to be in there. The wind seemed to... So the mischievous sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward. Is the typhoon getting stronger? Jessica, is there something over this way? I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something. What in the world could be going on in a place like that? Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuhi was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them, as usual. Maybe there's just no paint to paint over the fucking symbol. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi, who had just left the mansion. The ones who had left earlier, Ken and Eva and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people, but there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuhi realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. You mustn't come any closer! Go back to the mansion! But despite that, no. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuhi was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse, with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down, and right there was... Yeah! Jessica's piercing shriek ran out, but that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouths as well. Eva spread her arms just like Natsuhi, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face, and also turned to Natsuhi and said, "You couldn't have held your arms out wider? Tee-hee-hee, you really can't, handle this household. George, take everyone and return to the mansion. Quickly." "Yeah, George, right now. How dare you bring him here?" And when Natsuhi spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. What a terrible paragraph. I'm sorry. Holy shit. Can I see it? Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies, I'd seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, right? Is it just a bunch of blood? That alone shouldn't. But that suit. It's that old bastards, isn't it? I get it. Then that's Uncle Kraus, and Kairi-san, and Aunt Rosa. Yeah. No! They're all dead? Dad. You mustn't, Jessica. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Dad. Rigor mortis is set in across almost the entire body, most likely. 6 hours or more have passed. Okay, body. Okay, so it's one body. It seems like Uncle Kraus, and then he's like riffing off of that, being like, where are the others, and thinking they're dead, or is there more than one body? As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after the. No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside of my area. Shut up and do it! You're all we have! So does that mean just killing them wasn't enough, so they went on to do something like this? The devil... This here's the work of the devil. Aunt Natsuhi caught Jessica in her arms, and Aunt Eva caught George and Nikki. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there'd been someone there to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible evil scene burn into my eyes. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right here, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools for a saw, and fertilizer for a great mystery story now laid in front of us. Piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same, the corpses of several people had been... Really? What? No, it had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kairi-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda-san, and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me! I can't even count on them on one hand, damn it! I didn't know whether it had been one of these gardening tools, which, if used for something other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality, or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway, Each one of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup, it was more like their faces had been plowed. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normally people couldn't make even after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. Holy shit! Is that the red faces that we saw in the opening? But their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were all torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spent so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing now. Gah! Dad? I always thought you were going to hell. Okay, it's not them then. It's a holy shit! What the fuck? What are we doing? I really liked Kairi. God damn it. Or is it just corpses disguised as them to make... Why would someone go through that trouble though? That doesn't make sense. That's me just coping. Holy shit. Would they just wipe out fucking like almost half the cast in one scene? What the fuck? His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed after his death. This is the beginning of everything. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seemed to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. She was chosen by the Demon's Roulette. That's all there is to it. Who's writing this? This is really spooky. Holy shit. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after death. I'll get to see her again so I don't feel lonely. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after his death. How unfortunate. His cooking wasn't that good. Apparently he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Where's Shannon? Is Shannon dead too? I always thought you were going to hell. But still, not like this, right? You weren't such a son of a bitch that you should have to suffer so brutally. And Kairi-san, didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this too. They've got no faces, no faces. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Battler-san, you mustn't look anymore. There's no way your mother and father would want you to see them like this. For your mother and your father's sakes, you mustn't look anymore. Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right? They've got no faces. My dad and Kairi-san have no faces. I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died. What's wrong with me? Will I have to see these smashed monster-like faces every time I remember them? That's just great. I didn't want to remember the old bastard's smug face anyway. Just great, just great. But why even Kairi-san's face? Kairi-san wasn't a crook. Sure, she ticked me off a bit now and then. But she was like a cool big sister to me. This is wrong. This is all wrong. At least Uncle Kraus has it better, doesn't he? It's not his whole face, just the side. At least he's got half his face left, right? Little suspicious? That's still better, that's still better. No! Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words. Stop it, Battler-kun, just stop it, just stop it. Aniki! Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there, representing the feelings of everyone there, and I screamed over to look at poor innocent naive Joe fucking 20 minutes ago being like, well, I hope that it's Kraus or it's Guna, maybe. Like, oh, it's someone has to die with the rest of what the fuck? Shit, what? Father. Okay, that seems like a mid-scene break, and I feel like there's going to be a little bit more, and we're due for break. So, you know, George is on the screen to make us all be calm while we're here. I don't think I've ever read a murder mystery, or seen a murder mystery movie, actually, where they've killed so many people all at once. What the fuck? Holy shit. Do they did they come back later, maybe, with some of the witches' magic? I'm on full copium right now. Is it not them? Is it only Kraus? Where would they get other bodies from? What the fuck? Welcome. Anyway, I'm going to be gone for like 5 minutes. I'm going to go get a drink, and I'm going to walk around, and I'm going to pee. If you've been staying the whole time, I highly suggest you do the same thing. Honestly, I would keep watching streams, but after having just learned this isn't a dating sim, it drained all my interest in the series. I'll stick to Persona 3. Hold on. The witch hasn't showed up on the screen just yet, alright? Depending on how hot she is, the main character might overlook, you know what, you did kill a bunch of my family members, but you are pretty hot. So, Okay. I had a thought while I was gone that we better fucking read these before fucking the scene breaks and 5 more other ones are wiped off and we can't read them anymore. Holy shit. Okay. Ushiromio Kinzo, the aged head of the Ushiromio family, even though it has already been announced that he is just a few months to live, he is brimming with energy. Though he amassed a vast fortune in the past, he never made any announcements regarding the inheritance, which worries his children. He is strongly influenced by the West and is a rabid fan of the occult. His study is packed with mysterious grimoires. I think we already read this one time. Ushiromia Natsuhi, Kraus's wife, she manages the household of the Ushiromia head family in place of her husband, who takes little interest in such matters. She was in charge of all preparations and arrangements for this family conference. She possesses a strong sense of responsibility. Okay, so the blood was coming for you and the charm warded it off? Why are you two safe then? Did you have a scorpion charm too? Holy shit! She was in charge of all preparations and arrangements for this family conference. She possesses a strong sense of responsibility and a great deal of pride. However, neither her husband nor his siblings understand her very well, so her position is far from enviable. That's a weird sentence. Like, in terms of construction, it's fine. Don't understand her very well? Jessica, Kraus and Natsuhi's daughter, in the absence of any irregularities, it is thought that she will eventually inherit the headship. No irregularities here. It is thought that she will eventually inherit the headship of the Ushiromia family, or technically her husband will. However, she seems to have no interest in all of this. She was born with weak bronchi and is sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. Nanjo, Kinzo's attending physician and longtime friends. He once ran a hospital on Najima, but he turned it over to his son and now enjoys his old age in peace. Now that Kinzo's constant suspicion has reached extraordinary heights, Nanjo is one of the very few people. I feel like we read this before. Thanks to Nanjo's big-hearted nature, he has been able to continue his friendship with Kinzo despite the latter's tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. Kinzo's second child. She is hostile toward her brother Kraus and opposes him whenever she can. From issues dealing with the family fortune to the question of who will succeed the family headship. Normally she would have lost her place in the Ushiromia family register upon her marriage, but she managed to forcibly overcome this by having her husband take her family name. Eva's husband. He took his wife's name upon their marriage and became a member of the Ushiromia family. He therefore does not possess the spiteful genes passed down through Ushiromia family members, and his bright smile is very refreshing at the family conferences. I do not buy that at all, narrator pros man. No way. This dude's bad to the bone. I am not buying it whatsoever. He started his business from scratch and now works as the president of a medium-sized restaurant chain. This chain seems to be growing and performing extremely well. Eva and Hideyoshi's son, an affable young man liked by everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company, and it seems he dreams of making it on his own one day. As the oldest of the 4 cousins, he acts as their leader and arbitrator. This is so fucking spooky, man. I really like this. Okay, Battler, the son of Rudolph and his first wife Azumu. When his father married a second wife shortly after Azumu's death, Battler rebelled and went to live with his grandparents on his mother's side. However, both of these grandparents passed away, and he has now returned to the Ushiromia family after 6 years. This family conference is a chance for him to renew his friendship with his cousins after a 6-year gap. Man, the perverted boob scenes are going to be really awkward after this scene now, huh? Servant Genji, the leader of the servants who work for the Ushiromia family. He has served Kinzo longer than any other and is the person most trusted by that old man. Since he serves Kinzo directly, Kraus and Natsuhi think of him as being a spy for Kinzo. Her father's identity is... Oh, sorry. Maria, Rose's daughter. Her father's identity is unknown. What? She can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scold. Was it like from a one night stand or something, or unknown to us or unknown to everyone? What was it? Was it mentioned earlier? Huh. She can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her scolding. She has no interest in studying or making friends, but is very interested in things concerning the occult and black magic. Thanks to her excellent powers of memorization, she knows all kinds of obscure trivia. A young but experienced servant, she's normally calm and performs her job efficiently, but she messes up when she gets nervous. Furthermore, Shannon is nothing more than a pseudonym that she uses when on duty, not her real name, which was Sayo. A young servant, Kaio. He performs his duties silently and diligently, but is not so highly regarded as a servant due to his unsociable nature. There are multiple other servants with the On character in the pseudonyms. He and Shannon just happened to be the ones on duty that day. Hey, is this here because we saw that scene with George, or was this already here before the scene with George? It was already there? Okay, thank you. This elderly woman is a part-timer who, though she has quit her job several times along the way, has served the family for a great many years in total. What, she's like gone and come back? She is crafty and more than competent when it comes to performing her duties, but because of her chattiness and love of rumors, she is not highly regarded as a servant. And tips we have, oh, the letters here. Welcome to Rockinjima. Wasn't there something in here about, was it bashing heads? Gouge head. Oh, no, it's 6, not 5. Oh, no. Is there one here we haven't found yet? It's 6, not 5. Father. The ones lying over there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kyrie, and Aunt Rosa and Goda-san. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These motherfuckers were once alive. Just those 5, right? No, there are 6 people. There's one more person over here. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hid. Oh, holy shit! Good thing we fucking read it then, huh? Happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects. Mountain range of objects. In a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right. So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon, isn't it? Yes, it's Shannon. Is she wearing the ring? George felt completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father, "Is Shannon the same as Uncle Kraus and the others?" Hideyoshi... Oh, what? Foresight! Holy fuck! Okay, that is the first time George has actually legit impressed me, whereas the other ones are... Question mark. He's asking because he doesn't want to see Shannon's face fucked up. He doesn't want that memory. Like Battler just went on about how he wishes he could not remember them that way. George doesn't want to see Shannon's face fucked up. He wants to remember her how she looked. Wow! Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer, or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state. Can I look at Shannon? No, you can't. Why not? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right? So why won't you let me see her face? What her face looked like at the end? The last time that Shannon-chan was yesterday, right? Yes. I see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? It was a wonderful smile. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind. I see. Then I'm sure Shannon-chan would want to leave you with that smile in your memory. Oh man, look at fucking Hideyoshi actually being a good dad. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Okay, so hers is also only half bashed in, whereas everyone else's is fully bashed in? Or maybe it's not clear? Okay, so that's not... maybe they're fucking dead. I am really shocked. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hand over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. Yeah, there we go. That's the thought. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. I mean, chat made me play this game, so there might be, like, everyone had a hidden identical twin, you know? That's still on the table. How inhuman, how brutish. And there, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But it didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister. Damn! Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. It seems that the side of her head was smashed after her death. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Yeah, that's part of it, isn't it? The resurrection of all the dead souls. Huh. Okay, so all face bashed in, but only half for Kraus and Shannon? Why is that? Guilty in some way? Guilty of being a bad cook? Guilty of abusing Maria? Guilty of being the old bastard? Guilty of being too good of a character? Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative. George, I'm sure Shannon-chan is saying thank you. She must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state, I'm sure. She's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint. I understand. I understand, Father, I understand. George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply. Father, I have a request. What is it? I want you to look for me. Is there... Man, my brain is starting to do stupid things, like, starting to see, like, oh, this is why the opening was so long and drawn out, so you had time to spend all these characters right away before they were all off, and, like, it lull you in this false sense of security that everything is just gonna be, like, not this fucked up trip. Like, what the fuck? It's, like, no. There's no justifying the first stream, okay? Like, the first 5 hours of this still need lots of changes. You can't justify all of it, but I get the intent, and I appreciate the intent, but it's still, like, no. Remind me right now when my resolve is at an all-time high, okay? That if I start saying, you know what, the beginning, it actually, in hindsight, is actually really tell me to shut the fuck up and remember, yeah, it's true for like overall scenes, but they still could be edited down, like, individually, okay? Remind me. I want you to look for me. Is there a ring on Shannon's finger? A ring? Let me see. Oh, this one gets its own background? Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands. Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring, with a valuable diamond. Must have been pretty expensive. And which hand? And which finger is it on? The ring finger of her left hand. I see. So Shannon-chan was engaged? George, don't tell me you... Ava. It doesn't matter now. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan. A man promised her happiness for life. Who that man was isn't the issue here. Being told by a man. is a woman's dream, isn't it? I don't know when she received this ring. I also don't know who gave it to her. However, even so, Shannon-chan took this ring, then she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger. I'm sure the man who gave it to her was also happy. To most people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words. Yeah, we know. I see. Thank you, Father. George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one. Let's go. Battler-kun, Jessica-chan. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults. Sniff. You're right. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time to let her know she was okay now. Then she faced George again, and okay, so there are 6 people. I like that this is here. Oh, there's more. I like that this is here, that we can just go back to it. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Okay, so this is 6 people, and it was the first night that we were here? How... Someone's already doing it, or is it just planned? No, I'm starting to think that this is more like a spell. They're not instructions, or maybe they are, but it's more of a things that will come to pass, maybe, and you have to. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Well, at that point, it's only Ava and Hideyoshi that are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Gouge the head and kill. What the fuck? When she faced George again, she once again had it on her usual expression. Sorry if that's tedious, by the way. I know some of you like it when I try and figure things out, but some of you really don't like it. Although she couldn't smile. Battler, hang in there. Battler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies. I'm sorry. Crying like hell calmed me down. You bastard, Dad. I bet you're laughing at me. After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just because you died. Well, so what? I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Battler's face was still bright from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one. What are these moods? Canon, you mustn't remain here for any longer either. Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsuhi had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Battler's. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Canon those orders. Yes, madam. Canon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon, and there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Canon might have led the way. But now, there was no distinction between Canon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuhi started giving orders to Genji. Genji. Contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do now. The telephones are down! Understood. There's an emergency... Oh, okay. There's an emergency radio, so I'll use that to contact them. Damn. When she heard that, Natsuhi remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, because they would, of course they would, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start... Meanwhile, behind the shed, the voice of a witch going, radio? Oh, shit! At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait. Dr. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here? Unfortunately, they're fucking dead. There is nothing I can do. Understood. Genji, could you at least cover their faces with something? Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well. Yes, ma'am. Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse. So, they were. We don't know how they were killed yet because their faces were smashed after it, and also all of their teeth were ripped out, or blood is covering their teeth. Maybe. I guess I'm sure they'll go over exactly what it was. But holy shit, Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse when Eva stopped him with a shrill voice. Wait a second, stop. This is the scene of the crime, isn't it? Then we mustn't disturb it. We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right? Natsuhi glared at Eva, offended. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. I mean, objectively speaking, Eva's the prime fucking suspect, unless you believe there's a supernatural witch on the prowl, which I'm actually still not convinced there is or not. Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic What? Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death. The simple kindness of covering her face. Okay, it does make sense. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprit. I agree with Eva-san. Until the police come, we should leave everything be. Is there like tracks of bodies being dragged outside? Because there's no way that you could get all these bodies in here without some amount of mud inside, unless you cleaned up afterward. How did someone get all of them into the shed and then kill them, if that's the case? What do you say, madam? You're right. Very well. Close it up, and just in case, we should put a different lock on it. A different lock? Yes. When we came here, the shutter was locked. That means the culprit used the key to shutter to lock it. Key to the shutter to lock it. That makes sense. So does that mean the key that opens the shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on it? I'm sure it'll be worth submitting to the police as evidence. But Canon... Oh! Chat. Do you know what could smash faces like that? Fucking shot put balls. Cannon usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now. It'll probably have Cannon's fingerprints on it. Also, that key was handed to Genji-san just now, and he took it with his bare hands. It doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence. That was careless of me. My apologies. Genji-san, are there any other keys to the storehouse? No, only this one. Then it was Cannon! So the culprit walked out of the servant room with that key, and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it? Oh, we're going full danganronpa! Oh shit, Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but it was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. Well, you return the key so you don't have the key, like, found on you later, and then it's like, oh, it was you. Or you just throw the key into the forest, but then you can't open the shed, so someone wanted them to be found. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which it'll be found so they can use that time to escape. The 6 weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And who's the only person we've seen use a wheelbarrow so far? Cannon. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered. Anyway, we can't... Okay, my guess right now is that you were meant to be the 6th one, and when your door had the scorpion charm on it, for some reason I think that's actually had worked, and the blood fingers on the doorknob, when they couldn't get into your room, they killed Shannon instead. That's what I think happened here. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before. If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hands, I think we should put a new lock on it. I think that is a good plan. I agree. Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box. What should I do with the key? I will take it. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. Fucking padlocks, I could pick a padlock. And also my basement door. You could easily... What would we do it? Natsuhi took the key to the padlock from Genji's hands. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. I'm the lock-picking witch. So the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar and thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously. With its closed shutter still covered in a blood-like creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. To Natsuhi, putting the new lock on wasn't merely to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims. Come on, let's go, everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. Genji, hurry and contact the police. I will do so as soon as I return. The adults left the storehouse. We're gonna go tell Kinzo what's going on? The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. Cackly, cackly. Ah, good timing. Oh, okay. Not much of a skip forward. Do. Thank you, Letter Kenny Lesbian, for the resub. Thank you, Pinzerata, for the bits. After noticing that the tips changed whenever anybody died, I understood why chat was so adamant that you read them on stream during the first Umi stream. Were they adamant? I kind of remember that a little bit, maybe, or I saw at least one comment saying that when I did the asthma joke. Thank you, That Great Peanut, for the bits. Is dating a man who is brokenhearted from divorce technically DILF-healing? I don't know. Ask Irene, she's the expert. Thank you, Komat, for the bits. It's broken furniture now. Aww. What? Irene was the one that did the intrusive thought and said DILF healing, didn't they? Or am I getting some terms mixed up? Okay, but what about breakfast? Save the naughty game? Okay, I can do that. In the most annoying way possible. Oh no. Why would he do this? Why would he save like this? Well, at least he made a kind of a pattern and didn't just do it lopsided. Oh no, why would he do that? No. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting subs out to our victims that we shall salute. Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, and Gouda. And Sayo. Thank you, Ironwrath. 07. Trolley salute. Thank you, TAC2568, also for the new sub. Welcome. Message effect from TAC as well. I love Umineko, and this is by far the most fun Umineko Let's Play I've watched. How many have you watched? Very excited to see you read more. Wish you luck in solving the mystery. Oh, thanks, TAC. I'm really enjoying it so far. Really enjoying it. And last on my list is Uriology. That some people in chat have doctorates in. Thank you for the resub. Umineko has really grown on me over the course of these streams. Me too, actually. Me too. Could you summarize what happened? I missed the start of the stream. So the night passed, and in the morning, some people were missing, including the person that was meant to make them breakfast, most tragically. Natsuhi's was the perspective we were riding with at the beginning of the morning, and she woke up to being told that people were missing. There was like weird red, possibly blood on her door, like someone had tried to open her door in the middle of the night and couldn't get in. And then since then, we have now discovered that the 6 people that were missing have all been killed. So 6 people are dead. And those 6 people are Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Gouda, and Shannon. I am stunned. Anyway, let's continue. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. Cackle? In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from the horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Paw Patrol. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead and were trapped by a suffocating silence. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look, but when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. I don't know if this is intentional, but if it is, it's really smart to have had that scene with George and Shannon the night before, because he didn't lose his parents. She lost her dad. He just lost his stepmom and his dad. She just lost her mother. He hasn't lost anyone really directly, you know, like obviously aunts and uncles, he's going to be upset, but not as upset the others. But now he is upset because he just proposed to Shannon the night before, you know. In a weird way, he might actually be the most upset out of everyone. So it was a good way to equalize the emotional state of these three, who I've just noticed are like Harry Potter, Weasley, and Hermione. All right. Classic trifecta. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and then his mutterings produced a question directed at Nanjo, but the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe the atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. So, who wants breakfast? Natsuhi appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave direction. Still riding high from the Kinzo compliment, huh? I will go see father. Genji, quickly contact the police. Certainly. I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuhi-san. Since Kraus-Nisan is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me. Shut the fuck! It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Natsuhi was struck speechless by Eva's aggressive move in a situation like this. She seemed to be claiming that, with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Or maybe she hadn't been happy at all when Natsuhi took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Eva's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders. Okay, that just shows that it's not some petty bullshit. It's not like, oh, like, I just dislike you because, you know, you said something bad to me the first time we met and I've held a grudge my whole entire life. She is, like, absolutely, completely delusional, bought into her own bullshit. She is insane. Holy shit. Doing it even now? Just do as you like. Natsuhi started walking without saying a word more. Eva followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the... Where have you been? Oh. Last night with the wheelbarrow? Oh. Dump. Oh. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal conditions, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. Madam? If you're looking for Natsuhi-san, she went to see father. She'll probably be back soon. What happened, Kumasawa-san? I don't mean to alarm anyone, but I burnt the toast. You see, in the dining hall, there was blood. The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone... is someone else about to die? Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy, so they all thought it. I hope I misheard that. What happened? Is Kinzo dead now? In the dining hall. When I went to the dining hall to set up for breakfast... Oh... The first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. Even Maria? They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. There's another puddle of blood over here. What in the world? It appears that a great deal of time has passed. It's probably safe to say they were killed here last night. I think that's Shannon. It definitely looks that way. We were talking together in the dining hall until late into the night. After that, someone must have forced their way in. Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting and go to sleep? It was a little past midnight. So we should probably assume that it happened after that, or exactly at that point. Are you kidding me? Give me a break. Milady, please stay strong. After seeing that hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing. Really? Good for you. I feel like my head's gonna explode. This is the dining hall, right? Every day, this is where I eat, complain about school, complain about homework, talk to my dad about my grades. That's what this place is to me. Milady, it wouldn't be good to remain here any longer. Let's return to the parlor. I agree. Uncle Hideyoshi, I think this room will be really important to the police. Don't you think it'd be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice as along with Cannon, he grabbed the pail and shaking Jessica's shoulders. Everything is just as Battler's son has said. There is nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Nandro spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world, at least then we'd be able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building on this estate, and as Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy. I agree too. The culprit might have left traces in this room. Amateurs like us shouldn't stir the place up. Let's leave quickly. Quickly. How are you still alive? But what the fuck? Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there all alone. That's a good line. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned. Oh, Genji-san, were you able to contact the police? As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize. I don't know if it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but... What the, so you couldn't contact the police? Both the phone and the radio failed? My apologies. A boat will be arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we will be able to borrow their communications equipment. Isn't there a boat on this island? Can't we just take a little trip out to the Najima Police Department? Hideyoshi-san, that would be impossible with this weather. At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes us by. Kurasama's boat is being repaired and is not on the island. Convenient. Therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday. Okay, what's wrong with the radio? Is it no answer, interference, batteries, someone smashed it? Like, what is it? How could this happen? 6 people are dead. The phones and radio aren't working and there's no boat. So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes, in other words, until tomorrow morning, we're going to be stuck here on this island, unable to contact the police, aren't we? Which means that, not just us, but the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island. That certainly follows. The culprit who killed everyone is still here on the island. So the bastard who killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere, unable to escape. Damn it. And it could be any one of us. It could be me. It could be you. I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police. I'll slice him to bits myself. Anabolic as fuck. Holy shit. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Ooh, Jessica Oni-chan, did someone die? What the voice she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Jessica probably didn't like that. No, as though trying to say, can't you tell just by looking at me, overwhelmed with grief, she flared up at Maria. They all died. Everyone. My dad and Battler's parents, Goda-san and Shannon, and even your mother too. What the fuck, Jessica? Stop it, Jessica-chan. You aren't the only one who's sad. Maria-san, I know this will come as a shock, but please listen. Your mother has died. Mama died? Chat, Jessica's only 18, and this isn't a Persona game, so she actually acts like she's 18. She's super young, okay? She just saw 6 people dead, including her dad. Like, the whole world's falling apart. Like, of course she's gonna have a freak out. Yeah. Someone killed her. I know it's sad, but stay strong. How many people? Like, don't get me wrong, that was a fucked up thing that just happened to Maria, but, like, I can see, like Jessica, like, is, like, freaking out, yeah. Most people would be. How many people died? 6 people, 6 people. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could anyone do something that cruel? There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're human. I don't know who it is, but the culprit isn't human. There's no way their blood is red. The culprit isn't human. It's just the shit chosen by the shit? Huh? Wait, hey Maria. Did you say something just now? Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated by the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. Sacrifices chosen by the key or by the witch or what? When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance of the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Eva had returned from the trip to see grandfather. Okay, is he dead or missing? You can't contact them even with the radio? If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio? My apologies. It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection every year. Wait, don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that makes a flashing light? Couldn't you use that to contact the next island? In this weather, we do not have such equipment. My sincere apologies. Does the island have a lighthouse? Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor. Why are we eating breakfast here? Blood. Ah, Natsuhi-san, I'll tell you later. More importantly, Eva, how is father? Judging by the fact that he is not with you, it seems he will not leave his room, even for a situation like this. Kind of fucked up. He wasn't there. The room was empty. Oh, missing! What the? Where could he have gone at a time like this? Do you mean to say the master has left his study? That is correct. I was surprised myself. I wonder when he left his room. Do any of you have an idea? Maybe he's the killer. Maybe he wrote the epitaph on the fucking painting, forgot that he wrote it, read it one day, figured out what to do. Motherfucker, I'll do it myself. That's who he looked at Kenji again and she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room. Even we have no idea. As you all know, within that study, the master had everything from a place to sleep to a bathroom. I couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason. In that case, what? Isn't it natural to assume that one of those significant reasons came up? We still cannot be certain that's the case. Anyway, he is a fickle person, so it's possible he went for a walk by himself, unaware of the current situation. If that is the case, then we must all act in haste to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions. That's right. Although I don't want to think about it, it's possible something has happened to him, isn't it? I'd rather not even consider such a sinister possibility. What does the chandelier think? No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come, but until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy hit everyone so abruptly that they'd all lost their composure. Big danganronpa vibes. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rokkenjima. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Wait. Dry? Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry, except for Nanjo. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasama-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasama-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda-san had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san died, and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course, no one made much progress. Then we began pooling our knowledge of the current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kairi-san, Aunt Rosa, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. Therefore, more than anything else, we wanted to get off the island, right, and yet we still couldn't contact the police since both the phones and the radio were unstable. Unstable? Sorry, hold on. Unusable. Okay, what time is it? We're at 3 hours. Okay, I should have more. I didn't get my energy drink in the break. Shit, maybe that's why. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, whom we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Goda-san hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty, and if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in this crime. According to my aunts, on their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance has something to do with the crime. Did they say if the door was locked when they got there, or no? Maybe they didn't. I don't think they did. I don't think they mentioned that. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe Grandfather has already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we haven't simply discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. We will go check that all of the windows and doors were locked. Or maybe he went into one of his secret passages and then he just died of old age. Like, there you go. Finally, the months caught up to him. We must also conduct a thorough search for father. The children must remain in this room. Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. I'd like to ask you the same, Dr. Nanjo. I understand. I will wait here. Aunt Natsuhi followed the servants, Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanin-kun out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the 4 of his children, a total of 7 people. Let's all stick together and maybe watch some television while we wait, though I doubt we'll find anything good in the middle of the day on Sunday. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere. Ooh, good show, watch it, ooh, ooh. Oh really? You wanna watch TV, Maria-chan? Then come and watch it with your uncle. Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker of her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas. Aniki, can I ask you something? Just did, bud. What is it? Just now, in the storehouse, you said something about Shannon-chan and a ring. Did you give that to her? George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response. Quit it, Battler. Figure it out yourself. You're right. I shouldn't have asked. That's right. It was me. That's right. Last night. Zach, did you see? The ring. On the finger. I proposed to her. That was when I gave her the ring. I told her that tomorrow she should put it on whatever finger she wanted. As her answer. Haha, guess it was a pretty pretentious thing to say. And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon-chan's left hand. Well, several years ago, Shannon came to me asking for advice about you, George Nissan. I wonder what she could have said. Don't worry, I'll tell you. Shannon was always really bad at lying. It was obvious pretty quickly that you were the one she was talking about. She asked whether it'd be okay for her to get close to someone, even though she was only a servant. She asked about what kinds of things boys like, what kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy, lots of stuff like that. Well, I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say that. Because you're so great, George. So then she was given an engagement ring, and it all ended right there. Different people value things differently. No, not allowed. But being proposed to by a man, well, it can be the high point of your life. So I'm sure, last night, I'm sure Shannon was happy. From the bottom of her heart. Happier than she's ever been since the day of her birth. And then her face. George and Nikki sighed deeply without raising his head, or maybe tears had risen to his eyes. It seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night, but because she was too embarrassed to go back to the guest house with me, she went, oh, don't think like that. She went over to the mansion. Think about how Shannon must have felt. When you receive an engagement ring, then no matter how much a warning you've been given beforehand, it's perfectly normal to get so excited that your mind goes blank. She must have been incredibly embarrassed. And then Shannon went to the mansion, even though she hadn't been assigned there, helped Goda-san with his work, and got caught up in this crime. If only I hadn't given her that ring, on that day, in that place, Shannon wouldn't have, Sayo wouldn't have been caught up in that crime. Ah. And Nikki, that's the one place where you're wrong. It's definitely wrong, so don't cry anymore. Okay. Uh-oh. Battler-kun, let's leave him be. After Aunt Eva said that, I stopped talking to him. You're not his mom. Shut up. Misplaced words of comfort. Wait, you are actually. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed their relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Eva and sat down in the opposite sofa. Battler-kun, you really are strong. It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself. Look at the depth of the love that becomes... What? The depth of the love becomes the depth of the wound, right? Okay, alright, yeah, you're so strong, 5'11". You know, tall and strong enough to maybe put a body in a wheelbarrow and move it across the garden, wouldn't you say? After all, it's not like how that old bastard died has anything to do with me. I feel bad about Kairi-san, but well, she wasn't actually my parent. My. If that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then. Well, I did at least that much crying, I think. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me see if I can calibrate. Some of the words are kind of moving together. Oh, okay. Well, I did think at least that much crying was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me. The speed of that changeover and that dry tone must have come from Rudolph. That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry, but he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards. It's nothing like that. I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet. I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kinds of emotions it stirred in me. What do you mean? I've been acting much calmer than George and Nikki and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion. Rather than sad, I'd say I'm more pissed off. What bastard did this and where? It's kind of been eating at me that I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. So you're saying that you want to battle? That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees. Since the time Dad and the others were killed, this island has been covered by the typhoon, which means the bastard responsible for all this is still somewhere on this island. Yes, that would seem to be the case. I wonder if they're hiding somewhere in that dark forest even now. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kairi-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists. Yeah, but if Kairi's so smart, how come she's dead? Yeah. Aunt Eva, do you think this murder has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night? Ah, that one. Well, I wonder. All of the siblings agreed that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's inheritance. As to whether that and the case this morning are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage. Was that letter really given by Maria to Maria by some witch called Beatrice? How could it be? All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? He made Shannon-chan or someone wear the dress from the portrait and trick Maria-chan, right? Isn't that just the kind of overly intricate prank father would pull? I don't know, is it? That's good information to have? Has he done this before? Last night I talked with Kairi-san about whether Beatrice actually exists, and Kairi-san also said that Beatrice was probably one of the 18 of us. Come to think of it, you know, in one of our meetings a decade ago, he did round up and kill 6 of the servants and hide them in the exact same shed. That was the second time that Kuwasawa quit and then came back a couple of years later after she ran out of money. The first time was when he rounded up four guests and killed them in the same shed, you know, 5 years prior. So, you know, this is really the third... Isn't that obvious? There's no one else on this island besides us, right? Then there must be someone amongst us who's pretending to be Beatrice. There's no one else but us on this island, you think? Obviously, right? Are you saying there could be someone else here other than... I mean... There definitely could be someone else. Like, it's really unlikely, but there could definitely be someone else that came on a boat and even left, and they just like anchored the boat on the other side of the island. Why would they do that? Who knows? Like, it's so far-fetched, but I guess it's technically possible. No one is on this island except us. There are only 18 people, so the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kari-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Eva hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Except, if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words, there's no 19th person. Sorry, if there's no 19th person, then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right? So in other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. Aunt Eva smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning. The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse. Okay, so we're at 3 hours. You normally take a break every 2 hours. I'm actually gonna go get my energy drink, and I'm also gonna pee again while I'm gone. So sorry for the impromptu break, but I feel like if I want to read this for another 2 hours, I'm gonna have to have a little pick me up. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse. But even that was an impressive feat, don't you think? That shutter is always closed and locked, right? In other words, in order to carry them into the storehouse, the culprit would need to unlock the shutter. Yep. Understand? Is it possible the shutter was left open by mistake that day? It's a good point. Natsuhi doesn't run a good house here. The servant said it's always kept locked. In other words, unless the culprit took the keys from the servant room, there's no way they could have opened the storehouse. I wonder if the key in the servant room was the only one. Genji-san said that was the case, which means the culprit knew where that single key was kept and took it. Just now, I watched when Kanin-kun returned the key to the servant room. Though it was packed with keys, I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to. The culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key among all of those. Or, they took all of the keys and put them all back after getting the right one. Or they just fucking picked the lock, man. Or there's a copy of the key that you don't know about. Genji could be wrong. Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse behind the rose garden. And that means they also knew where the storehouse was. I'll say it even clearer. The culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear, and also fucking basic. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the locations of the keys. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which means that one of the servants, the culprit, I'm sorry, but even I can't tell you any more than that. However, I'll tell you one thing. What's that? It's reasonable to think that the culprits are multiple in number and fairly well armed. They'd have to be, wouldn't they? They had to assault the 4 in the dining hall and kill them, drag Atola's 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for that disgusting makeup and the graffiti on the Okay, that's actually... Yeah, shit. The servant uprising? Holy shit, Eva, what are you cooking? There's no way that a single culprit could carry out all that on their own, right? It made sense. It probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved, and also that Kumasama-san had poisoned our cornflakes that we just ate. Phew, so what you're saying is that maybe all of the servants were in cahoots. Please keep it quiet, okay? It wouldn't be right to voice mere speculation like this. And if it really is true, what would you do next? They may not let us leave here alive. This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and the 3 others. Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family, and maybe you, which comes to a total of 4 people, right? We're no better off than they were last night. In short, it'd be easy for the culprits to massacre the rest of us. Well, I mean, you're training in like the Chung Li art of fighting, though, so I don't think the others had. So, you know, you're probably the strongest one here. I've been playing detective with Aunt Eva, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. I've been so sure that, just like in one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless, and might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. Bars? So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. On the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder. Very true, actually. Well, it's just a possibility, right? I'd say it's a game theory, but it's not. But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet, and that doesn't mean I only suspect them. Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all this? A mastermind? Why do you say that? Because Kinzo's fucking nuts? It's just a feeling? Think about what the word servant literally means. It means someone who serves as someone else's arms and legs, right? It was a bunch of Ushiromiya family members who got killed, and Shannon, and Gouda, so naturally there must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. That was also plain and clear. The Ushiromiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiromiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Eva had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they used a different reason to get there. I kind of love that they're just not automatically going to lol, it's a witch. I wonder where it's going, but I do like that. Obviously, they haven't looked at the scene page, especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved. And that's why I don't like it. What do you mean you don't like it? Nah, just talking to myself. Hehehe. I tried to dodge your question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around like I learned from Kairi-san, I don't like it because it's too easy, and if I'm going to be in a murder mystery, it's going to be interesting. This was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. And then also, like, draw attention to it by having one of the servants go and draw us over there, unless it's a warning. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, it's completely impossible. But what if they knew that and they did it anyway? When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way, and look at this murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Naku Koru ni. Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. Yep. So at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except a malice directed toward all of us. Malice towards all of us. Is it? The pageantry is the point, Battler. Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought by Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kairi-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow, and Goda's death brought all of us sorrow. Goda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shannon-chan's death brought grief both to George and Nikki, who had proposed to her, and Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. And Eva was sure that the servants were in cahoots, but then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Shannon-chan? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. Even Aunt Eva, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key, but if you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Eva's name rises atop the list. Yep, absolutely. Meanwhile, I'm guessing that she's the next to die. I know what you're thinking, Battler-kun. Huh? Ehehe, oh no. Please don't tell anybody. About how my head's so full of obscene stuff. I'm the one who's going to gain the most from these murders. Since I'm going to be suspected anyway, I might as well get it out in the open. I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work. The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings, but right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left. All of the assets of the Ushiromiya family will become mine. He. If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, could you give it a rest? It's not funny. I'm sorry, I was just fooling around, since I'm going to be suspected anyway, no matter how much I try to smooth it over. That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me. Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak. Could you tell me a bit more about last night? As you know, the discussion between the siblings of how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late into the night. But I don't know how late it lasted. My husband and I had woken up early that morning. We were so sleepy, and a little past midnight they let us go. So let me ask you, Battler, if after we left at midnight we ran around killing them all, putting their bodies in the garden shed, do you think that the 2 of us would have been able to wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 6 in the morning ready for breakfast? No, didn't think so, so it couldn't have been us. When we then returned to the guest house and rested there. Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that? No, wait, it's not like I suspect you or anything, okay? Hee. Oh, are you sure about that? Giggle-y. I don't know if it counts as proof, but when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji-san, who asked if we needed a towel. Wait, you went back to the guest house? Huh. Weren't there rooms made up for you in the mansion, though? I guess you decided not to do... Okay. Was there a line I glossed over about them deciding to do that? It's fine, don't worry. I think that should be enough to prove you returned to the guest house a little after midnight. Though, if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, and that wouldn't actually make for much of an alibi. Hey, you've got a point there. Guess that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit right now, huh? However, let me say this for my honor, Sake. If I was after the inheritance, I'd never commit such a bizarre set of murders. After all, if I just wanted to make them forfeit their rights to the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to me how they died. It'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents, especially if you're assuming I laid out some careful plan that involved even the servants. In fact, the real reason I killed them was because I found out that George and Nikki had just proposed to a servant. How dare he? So I killed her, and then when I looked up, Rudolph was looking through the room seeing me do it. I'm like, oh shit, so I ran in and I killed Rudolph real quick, and I looked at the stairs and Kairi-san was standing at the top of the stairs seeing me, and I went, oh shit, so I ran up and killed Kairi, and then after Kairi was dead, I looked over and Rosa was now walked into the room, so I was like, oh shit. You've got a point there. If you're killing someone for personal gain, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder. Exactly, that's why I'm in such a blue mood. The police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things. Not fun at all. Aunt Eva shrugged with a bitter smile. So I need to solve this murder before the police get here, which is why I broke the radio. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Eva as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her, suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues toward knowing the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth, or are they? Are they what? Twinkmaster? Aunt Eva didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed toward the window to cool my head a little. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George and Nikki and the others gathered talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. I see, since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant. I think it was probably someone like that. There was a mark that looked like a variation of a cross. Fuck it, let's just go show it to her. And then, surrounding the circle all around the perimeter, were these closely packed strange letters on all four sides of the cross, and in the four corners there was something written. It didn't look like the alphabet or something like that. It was what they call ancient characters. Missing numbers. And around the top of the circumference, there was a small mark. Nanjo, even you're in on this? 5 small circles arranged in a plus sign and straight lines connecting them. All of them with +2s. Yeah, there definitely was something like that drawn there. Yep, there's no mistaking the shape. I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Is that in the tips? No, it's not there. Okay. Anyone else find this disturbing? Like, god damn. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see, this sure is unsettling. Grandfather's probably the only one who'd want to draw something this weird. Seriously, where did he go? I want to grab him and ask what the hell this is supposed to mean. Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. I wonder why they keep saying it looks like blood. Is it not going to be blood? I just assume right now that it is blood. Maybe it is something else. I guess there's no way for them to confirm that right now. Do you think Nanjo as a doctor would be able to recognize blood like that? Possibly? Not definitively though, I guess. Of course, if you were searching, you could smell it though, right? Like, blood has a pretty distinct smell that most doctors can recognize. I wonder, it's in the rain though, like, Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiramiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think of grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that This might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right. And the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to? Does this shape ring any bells? Ooh. Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse. My first impression was that the design resembled a German cross. Ah, it certainly does have that kind of design. It does, actually. Does that mean it has something to do with Germany? The German cross was originally a crest from a religious order of knights and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places. So in other words, this magic circle might have some religious meaning. This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Whoa, what the fuck? Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. Oh, I don't like that! It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh was something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. I understand Rosamore every day? Holy shit! You people aren't even close. What's this? Can't you tell just by looking? While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily to herself with an E. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off, but her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. The characters are written in Hebrew. Give it here. Is there no witch and the witch is just possessing her? Ah, sure. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn. See? It looks sort of like this, right? Why is she suddenly blonde? Yes, it was. Maria, incredible. You really know a lot. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well, but Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. Their eyes immediately began to... Sorry, when Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide. Written on the top and bottom and left and right are the names of the angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and water. Fucking magnets, how do they work? Chasen, Arel, Forlak, and Talia had? Where the fuck is this coming from, Maria? And in the 4 corners are the names of the 4 great kings, Ariel, Seraph, Tharshis, and Cherub. Is that what you saw? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they'd seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again. There's no mistake, that's it. I'm sure there were characters that looked like that. How were you able to write something like that? There were also characters written around the circumference. I know, like this, right? Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing. It's from Psalms, right? You don't say the P. Psalms of the Old Testament, the 16th and 17th verse of the 116th Psalm. You must have at least read the Bible, right? Okay, she's a different person! What the fuck? Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. No one's appreciating my murder that I set up. Time to possess a little girl and tell them all some info. Hee hee hee, cackle cackle. A little later, George and Nikki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak. That's incredible. I'm surprised. So, what meaning does this magic circle have? It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun. He who wears it as a talisman, drawn in gold, shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom. To break free from bonds and gain freedom? It sounds deep. The word bonds is not limited in its interpretation to some kind of physical object. Therefore, it does not hold any meaning for people locked up in an actual jail. Okay, did she use any words like this before now? It can also refer to the release from mental bonds such as ties of obligation and inescapable fate. Ties of obligation and inescapable fate, you say? That's also pretty deep. But I really don't understand. What does this have to do with those 6 bodies? Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in the storehouse, weren't they? Okay, either Kinzo did a little detour in the living room before he left the house, or when they left, the TV switched over and fucking Jigsaw fucking rode down his fucking tricycle on the TV and was like, "Hello, Maria. I want to play a game. When they come back in, they start talking about Circle. I want you to recite this fucking thing that we're gonna repeat together fucking 20 times now before they come back, alright? Word for word, here we go, alright?" It's not like the magic circle was drawn for the sakes. The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. It is truly pitiable. What do you mean? What in the world do you mean when you say that the 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle? Maria lifted up her pointer finger and wagged as if she were making fun of us. That's written around the circumference. Can't you read it? Psalms chapter 116 verses 16 and 17. I'll read it for you. The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord. See? See, you say. I've got no idea what you're talking about. You're saying they're human sacrifices? If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. I'm on the edge of my seat now that they're gonna suddenly hard cut back to creepy close-up Maria face. So human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing. Starting? When we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them. But they did really kill Dad, and the rest of the sacrifices or crap like that. I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still disgusted by that theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling of anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch, Beatrice, that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked in some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so you really could call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something? I mean, episode 2's right around the corner, I hope. It's hopeless, I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust to my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young, and I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while, I hadn't been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this. Hey Battler, why do you think they all go to the trouble? Why do you think they go to all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such? It's because they don't exist. Something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist, people want to see them and go to a lot of effort making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh. If I were forced to choose, I'd say rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and angry wives are 100 million times scarier. I'll go further, okay? From my point of view, getting scared is a recreational emotion, something for people who've got room to relax both in their hearts and their lifestyles. They had so much free time, they didn't know what to do with it. So in order to entertain their mind with unusual emotions, people started creating a culture with demons and the occult and stuff. Not me, I'm too busy to get scared about video games. Not a bad moment from Rudolph, okay? Seriously, why I've been acting so damn thick-headed. I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is... fucking Mortal Kombat time? What the hell? Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kairi-san. You see, in both chess and shogi, when you reach the very, very last stage of the game and get closer and closer to cornering your opponent, the number of optimal moves you could possibly make gets smaller and smaller. Therefore, if you're backing someone against the wall, or if someone's doing the same to you, both players' moves become infinitely easier to read. In other words, when you're completely cornered and you think you have no moves left, that is the moment when it's easiest to read your opponent. However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly, so they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves. That's when you spin the chessboard around. Man, they love saying that. With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now, my eyes were truly open. And then Sai said, when you don't understand anything, you're completely cornered just like I am now. Isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they watched the weather network. That was really dumb. They should have understood. They should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. That's kind of stupid. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in the storehouse. You think it was your dad? There was even kind enough to say, here they are, with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved, would it? Hee, if you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof, which is why Cannon got impatient and just showed it to us instead. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed, but it did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly, who just danced to that tune. If you're told, please be scared, you can't just say, really? Sure thing. When someone tells the great Ushiromiya battler, who the fuck are we? The entrance is right here. I'm the kind of guy who'll start wanting to sneak in through the window. Oh, it's me! Who uses talismans? Who just goes through the first door you see? The next thing that had me concerned was that so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfathers, had recognized that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been all that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect grandfather. Did they want to make us think grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. So true. The truest thing you said. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. For some reason, we couldn't find grandfather now. I don't know how grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter, but did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No. Was it a trap to make us suspect that grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first, or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? Huh. Okay. This scene's going on for a while, so just a quick thank you to A Cosmic Cabbage for the resub. Please consider streaming a worse VN. I don't think I can wait until next week. All according to Kotaku. This is the only way I can ethically stream this, is because everyone is going to buy it and read ahead of me. I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought. You have a favorite sofa? Some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she'd never left it. I do not like this character at all right now. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled ooh ooh and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. God, what if it's Nanjo? Right now, Aunt Natsuhi's searching the mansion with the servants, right? Then we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. You know what? George might have found Shannon later, didn't have the ring on, and killed her to save face. And then also hired Maria to draw the circle, because there was that moment in the morning where Maria was awake before anyone, and who knows how long that was. Could have been even as long as 5 minutes. She could have ran off and did the circle. For sure. For sure. And also elaborately rigged up some shot football. And after all, it's possible Aunt Natsuhi was behind this. And we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing, but our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Eva started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once. Forgive me if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. So unbelievably based. Holy sh! After all, that thing in Aunt Natsuhi's hand was a rifle. Looks like a shotgun to me. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun, but it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy. That gun is Kinzo-san's, isn't it? Did you know about it? That's right. I remembered it was in Father's old collection and I managed to find it. Whoa, awesome. Natsuhi-san, is that thing real? Yes, it's real. It can fire live ammunition. Long ago, Father used it to scare away wild birds. Is that why they were crying? That takes me back. Where did you find that thing? No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even one finger on it. Oh, Grandfather had one of these? I didn't know that. Long ago, Grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films. That generation really liked this kind of rifle. Is that a Winchester? I was just about to say, is it a Winchester? Because Hunt Showdown, but I've never seen one that short before. It takes up 2 slots instead of 3. Still pretty accurate, to be honest. I remember, it's that gun. That really takes me back. That's the one Steve McQueen fired off in Wanted, Alive or Dead. Father sure has good taste. It is an item the master ordered especially from America long ago. As you can see, it is a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this. He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it. It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time. Oh, still, it's rather disturbing. Are you sure you should be dragging this out? This is to prepare for the worst. There was probably more than one offender involved. You've come to the same conclusion, or you two have been chatting. Furthermore, those horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband. I have a responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow in my husband's place. Okay, so we're all gonna sleep in the same room, right? We're all just gonna hunker down into the living room, right? Yep. Not gonna split up, right? As Natsuhi said this, she slumped down onto one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She had been trying to find grandfather as well as check the doors and windows. Since grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was. I carefully checked all the doors and windows throughout the mansion, so I've heard. However, we must be prepared for anything. Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remain— Yes! Yes! Fuck yeah! Good! Yes! Oh, good point. If everyone's gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other. What do you mean by that, Eva-san? Nothing, really. I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who was the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Eva was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. No, if you view Bitorichi's letter as one of grandfather's complicated pranks, and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsuhi thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Eva thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with a letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So, was the culprit among us? Or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist? Or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here who share a common bloodline is the culprit. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of this... Okay, so right now I'm fixated on the idea that these 6 are the Oh, he's gray because he's missing? Fucking hell. Is that the 6 is this one on the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Why would, if it is Beatrice, why would Beatrice be trying to... What was the wording? Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity. Special clause: Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulate interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Why? Okay, either I'm wrong... God, did he really just forget where the gold is? No, that can't be it. It can't. Is it? She's saying against Kinzo-sama. Is it like it's a Sudoku and he did this one to like give you some given numbers so you can get started because no one is figuring it out? What even would be the key? Okay, in that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. Oh shit. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Not 1 o'clock in the morning. Lunch ended. You made the servants still make lunch? What monsters? Thank you, Neodunks, for some bits. With a message, Joe, I lost my job recently, so I don't have much to give, but I wanted to thank you so much for these streams. I read Umineko 2 years ago, and it's slowly become my favorite story I've ever read. Really? You're bringing in your community to enjoy it, as I have, means a whole lot to me, and gives me a bit of hope in a time when I really need some. Well, that's nice. Thank you. I've seen similar sentiments said by some people, yeah. Seems this story is special to quite a few people. And we've exposed it to quite a few newcomers, I think. I mean, it's probably a drop in the bucket compared to like the audience it had before, but it's still nice to facilitate that sort of thing. Alert! You have hit the first decent stopping point. The second, arguably better one, is in 1.5 hours. All right, let's strap in. Let's do it. Let's go for the 1.5 hours one. Okay. Thank you, None to Spare, for the resub. With the message, VOD Watcher popping in to re-up my sub. Hope Umineko is still good. This has been the best one so far, I think, the best stream of it. Also, don't trust the metaphor fans. It's also full of incredibly long lulls of nothing happening with a less fulfilling combat system, IMO. Okay, now you're just being insane. How can the combat system get any less fulfilling? There's no way. Anti-metaphor propaganda? What is going on? The Persona and Metaphor Zona people are fighting. Civil War? That chatter is evil. Thank you, None to Spare. Thank you, Kororor, for the resub. Super fun stream so far as someone with a degree in Umineko studies. Alright, let's continue. Lunch ended and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room, but when it came to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the three servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence. I will wash the dishes so you can rest, Kanon-kun, Genji-san. Do you want something to drink? I don't need anything, Kanon. I don't need anything either. I'm full, right up to here. You two must have been so busy and so early in the morning. It's no wonder you're worn out. Moving the bodies! The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes slightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue, but it didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered, "Shannon, why did she have to die in such a horrible way? Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck." You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck. They both fell silent once again. Ken's expression was filled with grief. To think that Shannon-chan's actually dead, I still can't believe it. Poor thing. Not being able to see her again feels like a lie. I just wanted to see her smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, Microwave's done? When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. Why did Beatrice-sama do that to Shannon? If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from. Why? It was nothing more than bad luck. If we were less lucky, you or I might have been lying out there instead of Shannon. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Everything is left to fate. Genji-sama, you said the door to Madame's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter? Indeed. It was an unsettling mark, almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob. No, scratched through the door. That sort of unpleasant mark. So does this mean Beatrice-sama came to visit Madame's room and tried to open the door? But couldn't? Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door in Natsuhi's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't. How? Did the madam avoid being chosen as a sacrifice? If only she'd been chosen. Shannon wouldn't have had to die. Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised. Hold on, but it said that the key would choose them. Is the key just fate? Is it like, okay, the key is like whichever 6 people are available tonight, Lamayo? Like if it was, if the key chose Natsuhi, but Natsuhi isn't available, how can you just like pivot to Shannon? I was thinking that maybe it had to be 6 people that had the whatchamacallit, the emblem, the eagle, Keagle, the key, but Gouda doesn't have it, right? So that doesn't fit either, because she does. Oh, but she doesn't either, so she wouldn't even be one. Never mind. No, that's not it. Because if she was going for her, that doesn't count either, huh? Yeah, I don't understand. I'm starting to think this isn't something you can understand. Okay, that's a pretty interesting chat you're having there. Let me join in too. Before any of the servants realized that Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Battler-sama, how rude of us. Genji-san and Kennen-kun stood up surprised and hastily bowed, but I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion. I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go. But I lied. I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer. I was about to come ask you guys for some water, but then I overheard something pretty interesting. You don't need to bow your heads or anything. Please let me hear the rest. That just now wasn't really... I've been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now. So, I'll ask directly, who is this Beatrice? She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Kennen converted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Last night, this would have been none of my business, but after this morning, everything's changed. Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business. I have the right to listen to this suspicious story, don't I? I glared into Cannon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Cannon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit. Battler-san, please let go of him. Cannon-san isn't really hiding anything. Then you won't have any problem talking about it, right? It's lonely being out of loop, you know, Lamayo. When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it. I can tell you about it. Cannon only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler-sama. Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you. Whatever it is you're talking about, it's even more unpleasant having it kept a secret. Tell me about it. It's not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow comes. A slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji-san and Kennen-kun looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk. What happened to everyone just staying in the living room? Understood. Please, ask us anything. We will talk. Okay, Redditor? Right. Then I'll ask. Who in the world is Bitorichi? All I know is that she's a witch who lives in the forest of Rockinjima. I've heard it's a story grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Is that wrong? No, it isn't wrong. It's as you say. Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rockinjima. Battler-sama, I don't expect you to believe this all of a sudden, but Beatrice-sama exists. She's a real person with a real witch hat and real murderous intent, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold and who worked by his side for many years. Huh? Oh, come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kennen-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa-ba-chan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully, bitterly. I see. That's why Genji-san refused to mention it. If you really mean it, of course I take it badly. So you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists? Yes. She has been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island. She has most likely been working for him even longer than I have. What do you know? What do you know? Kira-san's theory was off. Grandfather really did have a confidant named Beatrice. Is that person on the island now? Yes. I believe that she is here. That's a vague way to say it. I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday? That is correct. It is extremely difficult to say, but... Kennen-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes. Come on, don't just stop there. That's like freezing an inch before the blow, right? I urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Cannon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa-ba-chan whispered. Ho. You cannot see her face. Because Beatrice-sama has no form. She has no... form. She has no great... She's a ghost? She has no... What did you say? Beatrice-sama has no body. Therefore, unless Beatrice-sama wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form. I have heard that the portrait shows what Beatrice-sama looked like back when she had a human form. It seems he yearned for that figure so much he would often stand in front of that portrait. Oh... Beatrice-sama sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies. On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there is a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them. She just gets bored one night and just like, you know what, it's a butterfly night. Hope no one follows me because otherwise I'm going to get mad. It is whispered that you will meet with disaster if you do. In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury. Wait a sec, are you kidding me? Are you all serious about this? Butler-sama, Beatrice-sama has already arrived. Such language may be unwise. Beatrice-sama does not like it when she is profaned. If you doubt her existence, you will surely meet with disaster. Butler-san, you probably find this topic unpleasant, but you know what? Beatrice-sama does exist. She exists. Beatrice-sama hates people who doubt that. Can't you tell, Butler-sama? And she also, at the same time, makes it really, really hard to prove her existence. Big god vibes. Hey, how about, you know, we... call them on their bullshit, you know, the servants that may have been in cahoots and did this whole thing under Kinzo's orders. No, it was the witch. Can't you tell, Butler-sama? Beatrice-sama has already arrived here. Come on, quit it. I'm weak against that stuff. Enough with the cheap threats. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast. Butler-san, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice-sama. Please trust me. Kumasawa Bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face. Huh? Well, if you say she exists, I don't see anything. Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something? Quit joking around. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants. Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth. Battler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength. That's why you can't see her. That's why you can't meet with her. And that's why you can't talk to her. I think I'm talking to her right now. You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Good. Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand. Do you want to know about Beatrice? Beatrice is a thousand-year-old witch. With all the demons at her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold. Grandfather built up the vast wealth of the Ushiromiya family by making a contract with her. Yesterday, I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I? That was real. Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe. After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense. What are you talking about? Witches? Demons? Who told you about that? I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She'd heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth. Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay? Who gave you that letter yesterday? I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand? You don't get it, do you? You can't see it. You can't believe it, can you? Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped. Okay, but if the witch has no human body, did she take one to give you the letter? Like, what are you talking about? Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped. Battler, you still don't understand? Beatrice-sama exists. She exists, you say? But where? Like I said, Beatrice-sama exists here. That's right. Now I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servants' eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. I figured they were just staring absentmindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there. Beatrice is the mighty golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years, but since she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them. And you know what? That's really sad. It means she truly despises it when people like you, who are born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists. You're lucky, Battler. Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday, right? Don't you realize what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around? You really are lucky, Battler. Hee. Oh, that scorpion keychain. I thought that was just some cheap gift or something, but you were saying it really had some power? Hee. If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now. Hee, you're so lucky, Battler. I see. So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now. Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice? Even though she exists. Right now, over there, look. Hee. Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now. Believe it, and thank me for giving you that charm. If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right now, but then maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? Hee. Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over. Okay, destroy the charm, please. Please, be a Chad, take it out, hold it up right in front of her face, and just go and be like, okay, where is she? Let's go. Then it's all useless, isn't it, Maria? If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's all useless. Useless? When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her. Huh? I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but... Well, I thought I put that charm you gave me in my pocket, but I must have dropped it somewhere. Oh, so the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now, and even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes. Holy shit! 6 senses, wavelengths, magic sensitivity. Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that. When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off. I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult, believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily. Fucking Jigsaw rolled into the kitchen right before this. Alright, servants, I want to play a game. Battler is overhearing you right now, and like I'm whispering, and he's a weeb, so he can't hear me. Oh, fucking like when he comes in, everyone stare at the fucking like the piece of the room, like fucking 4 feet behind him. Let's pretend that there's a witch, okay? It's fucking hilarious. Let's do it. You guys are free to believe whatever you want. However, when it comes to things I believe, the one who decides is always me. Fucking Bastiller, man. Sorry, I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again. With an E? Hee. Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice. Okay, but you said that we couldn't! Just riffing over there. Very soon she will revive. Beatrice will revive. Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot. There'll be absolutely no need for you to doubt or for us to force you to believe. Okay, so Beatrice didn't kill anyone then. Who the fuck did then? Kinzo? Who would do this shit? She will appear very soon. Hee. If she's almost not dead, that means she's still dead. Who killed her the first time? After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Aunt Natsuhi reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated and would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun.
If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist, but if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do not like doing what they're told. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had told them, to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying ooh ooh. What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like I'd glimpsed a little bit of that presence inside Maria. You're right. When Maria starts talking about witches, her personality changes. No! Battler-kun, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right? You mean that scorpion keychain? No, I don't mean like when her feelings were hurt. I'm talking about her having a dual personality or something. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. That thing Maria did when she was talking about the magic circle does happen every now and then. It's freaky though. Apparently Jessica had spotted that hee Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment and was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time. Yeah, no shit. So, what is that? Does Maria have a dual personality or something? Or are you saying that her spiritual sense really is that strong and she's being possessed by a spirit or whatever? Wow. I'm sorry. Something kind of weird and supernatural just happened. Why are the characters talking about it? Why aren't they just fucking just like, you know what, let's just go down to the beach and enjoy the typhoon weather? Like, what the fuck are we doing right now? Let's go hang out with the dog. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Tell you what we are doing. We're saying thank you to RP Cities for the resub. I keep missing the start of the stream. It's been a good stream. You should probably start from the beginning, to be honest. It's been pretty good. Thank you, RPG Cities. How much longer do you plan to stream for? About an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes, I think. So a little bit over 5 hours. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes right now, so I'm going to guess we're going to go to around 5:10, 5:15, something like that. No, I don't think it's that. Have you ever experienced it? When you were small, didn't you ever want to be someone other than yourself? When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different than other people, but since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being forced in the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around. No, people are different, like, right from the start. I have raised 4 people. They're different right from the start. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules in what's called their rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George and Nikki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex. So, any time after the age of 15? Okay. The main feature of the growing period lies in an impulse to break away from your life as a kid, like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg. Do you know what makes children and adults different? Size. Age? Or do you mean size? No, it's experience. I mean, it's also size. Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience, and also because they're bigger. The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids know nothing about the real world. Yeah, I understand that. When you're a kid, you talk like you've got life all figured out somehow, trying to act like an adult. No matter what kids say, adults just snort at them and say they're too naive or that they'll understand when they get older or something. Well, it's probably true, but to a kid it's just annoying, like they're being looked down upon. I get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right that there's no reason to respect a person for their age if they've just wasted their lives. Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them. And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids and adults, I get it. If they know something no one else knows, it becomes part of their identity. You know, when I was in elementary school, I'd learn things no one else knew, get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and become a bit of a hero for it. I bet you've done the same thing, Battler. Yeah. There was definitely an age when I wanted to excel in some skill or another. I see. So that's because I was trying to separate myself from being a child or going through my growing period. In other words, In other words, sorry. If you put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, thereby pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has. This is also interesting from a sociological standpoint. Because people hate being like everyone else, they try to learn skills other people don't know. 6 people dead in the shed, by the way. In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive. The quality of the gods' programming is truly surprising. Well, unique personality traits can also be negative, right? Like if, say, everyone in the class was studying hard, but I was the only one slacking off trying to stand out. Okay, that last bit really was true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school. But, well, I'd try to jump over things no one else could. Literally, sprint as fast as I could. Try to lap those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it. It was in my nature that if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising. I see, so I really did go through a proper growing period. I guess boys really do tend to focus more on physical stuff. But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on mental, spiritual things. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your classes that got really interested in fortune telling and their spiritual senses. What is this? Is this a culture thing I don't know in Japan? Yeah, there were. They'd come over asking me for my sign and my blood type, and then they'd laugh. Ah, I thought so, giggle, giggle. It really got on my nerves. No matter which class you go to, girls like that, girls like fortune telling, depending whether your spirit sense is strong or weak, what your sensitivity is, and whether you can see the unseeable, that kind of thing definitely happened to me. That's because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in school. To girls, who tend to be more introverted, it's a genre that's easy to build an identity, upon, and one that holds a lot of interest for them. Just like how when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults, when girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing. Sure. Well, I didn't though. Damn, there goes that theory. So Maria having so much interest in the occult, isn't that rare among girls her age? Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation more or less. As you just said, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience, so to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood. However, there are certain convenient delusions that you see often in the world of children, both now and in the past. Do you know what I mean? You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? It's kind of like that. Like you've got memories from a previous life that start to resurface, like you're being possessed by the soul of the great something or whatever. I got into this idea when I was in my teens, and I was a little obsessed with it for like maybe a couple months, like the idea of like past memories or something, like what if you could like recall them or whatever like that. It's bullshit, of course, but or it could be that a sleeping gene gets awakened, or maybe a sealed power or memory returns. There's all kinds. For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at that age. Why's that? All those examples you've just mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum of knowledge and experience. If a 9-year-old girl says that she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her, then she gains a 1,009-year-old identity. What? I would just say 1,000. So basically studying is annoying, but these delusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing the people around them. So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream? Furthermore, in their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image of their ideal self, and it's not rare for that desired self to become an alternate personality. Look, all the hoops they're jumping through right now, just not to land on the conclusion that there is a real witch possessing Maria. Wow, you hate to see it? Even you, Battler Cunt, probably had a slightly different personality at home and at school, right? It'd probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home. At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but home is where your true self. It's when the sweatpants go on. In other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation. Are you trying to say having multiple personalities is actually really common? A girl who's a fan of the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened. Honestly, there are some kids who change their personality so much it's creepy. And some boys do it too, right? Guys who say they've blown their top and suddenly turn into some overplayed violent character. I'll bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch. Let's sum this all up. So you're saying that even if a girl about Maria's age shows a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago, it isn't such a rare or unusual thing. Simply put, that's right. Identity is an important factor when building up one's sense of self. If you make fun of it, it could actually cause children to go back into their shells. Nah, I think it's pretty fucked up and weird, George. Sorry, George L. Sorry, you taking 2 L's today. Shannon's dead, and now this. Sorry. So it's important to go along with them to some degree, although the broad-mindedness of the parent determines whether they play along in full or not. And Nikki, I can't believe your signal. What the fuck are you doing, Parlor? You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school. So I wonder if Aunt Rosa also knew much about Maria's dual personality. She knew about it. Just between us, Aunt Rosa really hated it. She said it was unpleasant and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of class. Gee, I wonder why. So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her. And it looks like Maria stopped talking like that way in front of her. Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period, and she somehow got all the servants to go along with it, dude? Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch, and all of the servants just just fell in line. Like she was in charge in the kitchen, dude. At first, I found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George and Nikki, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I haven't told anyone when I was in kindergarten. I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect the peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember how, during what we call battle practice, we would chant EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, ooh-ooing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary, it was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I personally think that Maria should probably be confined to a room with a locked door and locked windows until the police come in 2 days. That's what I think. Obviously looked after, like food, water, bathroom, but she should be no. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is now fading away. I didn't read that properly. If I hadn't talked to Nikki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. No, I'm good. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanon-kun, and Kumasawa-bachan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria had said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. A little, and Eva's position was that no 19th person existed, that the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsuhi's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion, so she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't laugh off any of those possibilities. Flip the chessboard! But even the most ridiculous story about the witch... No, I read it wrong. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch?
Jessica.
Not even the most ridiculous story, but yeah, okay. Jessica. All I know about the story of the witch is that the adults made it up to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest. But is the story different here in the mansion? I feel the same way you do, okay? I think it was just a stupid ghost story that parents made up so their kids would listen to them. But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud. After all, grandfathers proclaim that Beatrice exists, and because of their position, the servants can't doubt that. Even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi don't want to get into a fight with him, so on the surface they go along with it. So it's probably fair to say that doubting the existence of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in this mansion, unlike the rest of us who only come here once a year. Is that right? Well, I can't believe that the witch exists, sir, if you tell me. But if it was an order, then I would have to. Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Nikki had guessed right. It's just like you say, no one really believes it on the inside, but on the outside, they accept that she exists. See, it's just like the way some people are about God. Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud. How do you think the servants feel about it? Are they just going along with it because grandfather, their employer, says that she exists? Well, I don't really know the details, but between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated like a sort of ghost story. Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach? That story about how one night she was doing the rounds in the mansion, she saw something unsettling? She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood, but it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen. Flashback! In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Kanon-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We've whispered together that the Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. It happened a while ago, but even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resembles those stories. That's right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same thing I had been told just now. But there's nothing to be afraid of, said the girl who's now been killed. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master, so there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad. However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right? Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person. If you don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt. So, to the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari-san, you'll receive Kitsune-sama's curse. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it is said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear about how if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. Meanwhile, me, the only person in my family to not be baptized, hell yeah, here I am! That's why. The Reddit atheist phase, just because of that. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship. I think everyone, to some extent, has some amount of magical thinking. Even if it's just like recreational magical thinking. I don't think I've ever met anyone that doesn't have even a little bit. Or your mind wanders to it sometimes. So in other words, things like karma, oh, that's my kink. So in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice. I think Shannon-chan said it herself. Windows and doors and locks were tightly shut, would be open the next time you went to check them. Lights that should have been on went out, and lights that should have been out were turned on. What, is she bored? Just the most, like, mundane bullshit. Yeah, I'm a witch, 1,000 years old, can turn shit into gold with the Philosopher's Stone, but you know what I feel like doing tonight? Unlocking windows and turning lights on and off. Here I go! What the shit? And if I remember right, even Jessica was joking about it, saying it was also the work of Beatrice when she couldn't find her bag in the... Oh, classic Beatrice! Fucking moving my bag around, your memory's pretty good. Normally you'd say some little imps took them, but on this island it's Beatrice. Well, it's all pretty stupid though. Shut up! This mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it? It's natural for things that old to get their fair share of ghosts and occult stories. Like the 7 mysteries at school. But that's where I'll spin the chessboard around. Ho ho ho, huh? Simply put, on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans. Things that humans can't do. How many humans are here? 18. In other words, the culprit is using the rules of this island to make it look like a witch committed this crime, which proves that they desperately want us to think a 19th person did it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. What do you mean you don't like it? Let's assume some invisible 19th person exists and wants people to know they exist. If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing. What do you mean by perfect timing? Man, Kairi really got her claws into you, huh? Well, the crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right? We had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night, some people on night shifts, and some people who'd returned to the rooms and were sleeping. Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was an inside job. George and Nikki and Eva probably told you too, right? That there's a good chance this crime was an inside job. Yes, I guess. Ooh, you weren't going to tell us that. In other words, if this invisible 19th person really exists and wants to let us know it, this first crime was a complete failure. No, in the first place, they chose the wrong time of day to do it. If this invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves, they would just like walk into the room and say, "It's me!" They had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent. As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19th person's attempt to highlight their presence fails. That's why near midnight, when everyone's alibis are at their vaguest, the 19th person's existence is also at its vaguest. And yet, the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time. By committing the crime then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected, and yet someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch even though everyone denies they did it. Okay, so is there some amount of like belief? I'm convinced that there is actually a witch, although if there isn't, I would be really interested in that story. I'm convinced there is a witch, but do people have to believe that the witch is here for the witch to be here? So someone is trying to like... When they say, oh, the witch is going to be resurrected or revived, is it not like an actual literal, like, revive? It's more of a revived in the hearts and minds of the people here? Because if that's the case, then it's probably Kinzo that's doing it, or Kinzo with some help of some people. By committing the crime, then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected, and yet someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone else denies they did it. In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like the 19th person called Beatrice exists. That's a pretty crazy idea. I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible. Battler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit. I do. Someone's trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists. That's right. This whole thing started as far back as the letter last night. I don't have any basis or proof, but with the chessboard turned around, this is my best guess. Seriously, that's too crazy. You sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective novels? However, it's an angle we can't ignore. Whether this 19th person or not, the culprit's definitely planning something involving that rule about this island. Just now, listening to Battler talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing. Something disturbing? Yeah, my fiance's dead. Yes, do you remember? Beatrice's letter. It said that Beatrice was going to collect interest. And by interest, it mentioned everything of the Ushirimiya family. Jessica and I thought back to what Maria had read aloud the previous night. Yeah, it said that, it definitely said that the collection of the interest was going to take place shortly, but if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she'd lose that right. Grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the Ushirimiya family. In other words, according to Beatrice, everything created using the gold's capital counts as part of the interest, which means... That's pretty scary for a joke, Nikki. You don't mean everything of the Ushirimiya family. In other words, everything that grandfather gave birth to. In other words, everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins? If you interpret the letter that way, these murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest. If that's the case, these crimes will continue, because the collection of interest is still only halfway complete. George turned around looking over the parlor. Why would killing be collecting interest? Wouldn't you just be like a servant? There were still many people who held the name Ushirimiya, and because Goda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe despite lacking the Ushirimiya name, not to mention Natsuhi, who has the emblem on her heart. So are they planning to kill us all? But that's weird, George Nissan. In that case, why only 6 people? They should have been able to kill a lot more. At worst, it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them in a single night. Why didn't they do that? The special clause. If someone manages to solve the riddle of the gold, their right to the interest will be lost. And remember how the letter ended. It challenges all to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold. Jesus! It looks like we're finally understanding the culprit's message. In other words, the culprit's telling us to try and solve the riddle on that epitaph grandfather had made. On top of that, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting interest. I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there, but not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. It's also like a circle. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that make us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? I feel like that's what I'm doing with my guesses, Battler, yeah. No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness, and then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first, and then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsuhi said it was ridiculous and dismissed it. Of course, if you think about it that way, even that letter from yesterday makes sense. I'm definitely interested. Then Natsuhi's line, I don't think so. I think I'm going to dismiss it. That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts. Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria-chan the letter. Ooh, Beatrice exists. Ooh. Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poke fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. There is no hidden gold. However, if the culprit is blindly sure of its existence, and they're trying to make us solve the riddle before snatching the gold away for themselves, then I will agree it makes sense, she said dismissively. You have seen some of the gold! People are dead! All cards on the table! What are you doing, best girl? Losing points! However, if that were the case, why would they start killing those most highly ranked in the Ushiromiya family? I see your point. Who are you? If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo-san doesn't sound like a good plan to me. That's true enough. And if we're going with that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker to threaten father in the first place? You'd think it'd be faster to just ask the person who wrote it rather than trying to force us to solve it. You've got a point there. Still, I think it'd take more than your average threat to make father spill the beans. Anyone who knows Kinzo-san well would probably realize that he won't bow to ordinary threats. Why did Rudolph think he was gonna die? I mean, he called it. You gotta hand it to him. Why did he think he was gonna die? He's the man who bears responsibility for the Ushiromiya family and all its vast wealth. He's been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. The family only prospers today because he was able to overcome all of them. That's freaking right. Can't even imagine our grandfather being someone because of a threat. Jessica, watch your language. Yes, Mom. In that case, what about this idea? No, wait. Is this one also way out there? Say it. Say it. I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing them forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting over and over. Create a wall as you push forwards toward the truth. If the culprit is after the hidden gold, forcing us to solve the riddle wouldn't be very efficient for them. It'd be much quicker and easier to ask the person who made it in the first place. In that case, the question is this all a message directed at grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that... My weeb, didn't grandfather write the riddle? If you think about it that way, it explains grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit was already attacked, has already attacked grandfather, then judging by the state the 6 corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere? How could... You weren't saying... How could... Giggle, giggle, E. That sounds interesting. So grandfather's being confined somewhere, and the culprit's saying will be killed off one by one if he doesn't tell them where the gold is? It pains me to imagine how you find that interesting. Aunt Natsuhi glared at her, but Aunt Eva just smiled calmly. Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that grandfather's gotten caught up in the crime. If you think about it, you can't just ignore Battler-kun's theory, right? Be quiet, George. In the first place, when did father actually disappear? How good a swimmer is Kinzo? Who was the last person to see father? It was probably me. This morning, when we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we discussed the possibility of them being in father's study. I went to check his room and greeted him there. Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study this whole time, haven't I? Genji, let me return this to you. Aunt Natsuhi pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Eva giggled. Hey, Genji-san, I'm sure the police will inspect father's room thoroughly. If there's anything hidden there, it'll just be exposed anyway. So maybe it'd be better if you just told us about it right here, right now. What are you talking about? It's simple. Father's study is a closed room with no way in or out except for that key, right? I want to verify whether that's true. There is one entrance to father's study. What about the window? Any other entrances or exits? There are none. There is no way to get in except at the entrance. I mean, he threw a key out the window. Was it a small window? If you can climb, you can get in there. You're sure about that? There isn't some secret door or anything? Since father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushirima family. I am asking you as a representative of the Ushirima family head. Remember that when you answer me. Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main entrance? As father's closest aide, I'm sure you would know. Aunt Natsuhi looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji to answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden door? Why wouldn't she? Every single time I'm having a conversation, I'm not talking about hidden doors. My brain's going, we should be talking about hidden doors right now. I want to know about the hidden door. Yeah, you too, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san. If you know, well, won't you tell me? If there is one, it'd be better if you said so. Otherwise, a certain person might be driven into a corner in a second. If we assume that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing. Aunt Eva didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi. Mother, what are you talking about? George, stay quiet for a bit. I agree. Shut up, George. What do you say? Genji-san? Kanon-kun? Or Kumasawa-san? Is there a hidden door, or not? Genji-san, when you remodeled father's study, you must have overseen the construction. I won't let you say you don't know. There is nothing like that in the master's study. I don't believe you. You're sure? What about Kanon-kun, one who's allowed to wear the one-winged eagle? That's right, I'm sure. There is no such hidden door in the master's study, just an invisible witch. Kumasawa-san? No, I haven't heard of such a thing. What about Dr. Nanjo? You've had a close relationship with father. I have never heard of something like that. Very well then. So, are you ready? Let me begin. It's very simple. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Eva was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Eva laughed triumphantly as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew. Are we going to have a creepy close-up of her again? No? Natsuhi Nissan was the last person to spot father, right? I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 in the morning. Nissan, do you remember? I ran into you just as you were coming out of father's study, right? Yes, I remember. What does that have to do with anything? And when was the next time you went to visit father's study? That was after we found the bodies of Nissan and the rest, right? Together with me, you went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there. By the way, Nissan, at that time, when you went to enter the father's study, did you notice anything? The door was unlocked? Notice anything? What are you talking about? Come on. You picked up some trash, right? A folded receipt. And you've been keeping this from me? I do seem to remember picking up some trash. How is that relevant? I got that receipt when I bought some candy at a store before arriving at the airport. Aunt Eva pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag. Ah, the receipt from that candy you bought back there? But mother, what does that receipt have to do with anything? George, stay quiet and listen for the— Shut up, George! Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently he understood what Aunt Eva was getting at. It really was just a whim. I definitely didn't foresee anything or try to set up a trap for Natsuhi Nissan or anything like that. Actually, about that receipt, Nissan, you remember bumping into me after the last time you saw father, right? At that time, I wedged this into the door to the study. So, what does that mean? Are you saying no one opened the door until Aunt Natsuhi picked up that receipt? Well, wait a second, Aunt Eva. Wedging a receipt in would be obvious. It's possible that when Garth opened the door, he noticed it and found a music store. Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah. Why would you do that? Yeah. Jessica hurriedly argued back, but she still didn't really know what all this meant. But she realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her own mother. Of course, I folded the receipt up very small so no one would notice it. Well, this fucking Natsuhi did. But even if you assume that he saw it fall, he would have no way of knowing how high up in the door it had been stuck, right? I checked it while Natsuhi Nissan was taking the key out. The receipt was still stuck not 1 millimeter away from where I put it. Lucky guess. Lucky guess. I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank. It's not Natsuhi! It's not a childish prank! It's to see if anyone opened the fucking door while we were gone. Which means that Kinzo can climb out the window. Or the servants are lying. Get with the program! What are you doing? I'll bet you were the one who did that prank on the door to my room too. The door to your room? It was unpleasant to talk about, so I never mentioned it, but when I woke up this morning, there were signs of some prank on the outside of my door, with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter. There were some unpleasant marks as though someone had been tearing at the door. Wait, what's this? Why did you keep quiet about this till now? My apologies. Since so many horrible things have occurred since then, I had completely forgotten about it until this moment. I don't know anything about that. I'm not talking about your door or the door to the father's room. Yeah. Also, while we're clearing the air, I had a dream last night that I was carrying bodies in a wheelbarrow to the shed and also drawing circles in my sleep. But then I woke up with all this red stuff all on my fingers, and I just washed it off in my shower. You know, just so we're all clearing the air. Between the time you confirmed that he was in the room and the time we confirmed that he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once. How did father get out if he didn't use the door? I don't know that. That's what I want to know. Natsuhi-san, other than you, who else checked to see whether father was in his room? Last night, the last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess. Maybe Genji went upstairs to see Kinzo at some point, noticed the receipt lodged in the door, took a note of where it was, told Kinzo, and then they put it right back in the exact same spot when they left. That's what they did. Genji didn't have the key, but Kinzo could open it from the inside. Knock, knock. Hey, it's me. It's your boy, Genji. Let me in. There you go. Done. Last night, the last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess. So I was with him until just before dinner. Who saw him after that? I did. I gave him his dinner last night. Suspicious? Yes. Shen and I were with him. So at that time, father was still definitely in his room. However, Natsuhi-san, when you found out he wasn't there, it looks like all ways in or out of the study were closed, right? But even so, you said you met with him this morning. I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy. 6 people are dead, Nanjo. Okay, have we checked under Kinzo's window to see if he's just lying dead in the mud right now outside? Could someone please explain it to me? Father and mother. Are you saying... Look at him hesitating because they're going to say shut the fuck up again. Are you saying that what Natsuhi says about meeting grandfather this morning was a lie? Like, hell she'd lie about that. Mom's guiltless. Wait, why would she lie? Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Eva and Aunt Natsuhi confronted each other across the parlor table. With George confronting Jessica, what the heck's going on? Many people spotted him last night, right? But since this morning, the only one who claims to have seen father is Natsuhi-san. And there's that strange fact we learned from my receipt. So how could we connect these points together? Okay, so, is the scene that Natsuhi had with Kinzo reliable? I think yes. In fact, if that's all in her head, I'm actually gonna be pretty angry. So I hope that it's reliable. So that means that Natsuhi came out of the room, and obviously Eva was waiting out there, right? So Eva was waiting out there, and that's when she put the thing in the door. So there's no way Kinzo could have like oh, let me slip right past you there in that scene. I don't think so. That means he either did go out the window, or there is a secret passage that even the servants don't know about, or they're lying. Okay, Aunt Eva urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know which other points to tie it to or how. If we try searching for the answer Aunt Eva probably wants, we'll find that Aunt Natsuhi lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Eva's? I don't get it at all. Why would Mom have to lie? She had no reason to lie. No reason to, right? That's what I want to... Why would you think to put the thing in the door? You know what? Maybe this is all bullshit. Maybe she just threw the receipt fucking like David Blaine on the floor when Natsuhi wasn't looking when they got to the top of the stairs. Like, and now she's using this as evidence to fucking like throw people off. That's what I want to know. But Jessica-san, you can't be sure she had no reason to lie and say that grandfather was in the room. After all, you see it in mystery novels every now and then. That trick where people fake the time of death to create an alibi for themselves. What are you talking about? I've never heard of that. We still haven't found father yet, but it's pretty natural to assume he's already been killed. If that's true, there's no doubt we'll find his corpse soon. If, at that point, the time of death could be cleverly faked, Natsuhi-san would be able to create an alibi. Do you understand? Everyone? This morning, when Aunt Natsuhi confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied, and when he was already dead at the time, and then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we will find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago, and also that she also morbed that she was in a story and decided to have this whole fake-ass conversation with a fake perception while she was moving around a wheelbarrow to throw off the reader. Nah! This isn't danganronpa. That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi, even just by staying with us, with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone screaming, dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Kind of like what Cannon did with the shed. Is that what Aunt Eva's saying? Ridiculous. After all, detective novels are merely books for the purpose of entertainment. You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time. That's right. Even if she did try to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy. That might have worked in the past, but do you really think that kind of trick would work in modern Japan? 1980s modern Japan? It doesn't make sense. You think so? This morning, when Dr. Nanjo looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death. He's not a fucking coroner! I didn't say that right. He's just a fucking normal doctor. Honestly, at this point, maybe he's not even a doctor. What do we really know about Nanjo? What do we really know? Autopsy results are very easily affected by the environment and individual differences. It's a very relative estimate with an uncertainty of several hours. Just riffing over there. And unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow. It wouldn't be easy to measure the correct time of death so accurately, even in modern Japan. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? Examining a corpse is an extremely difficult task that requires both expertise and instinct. I have heard that there is a very high chance of a mistaken diagnosis, and autopsy reports have to be updated all the time. I imagine it's very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur. However, for an alibi, that's more than enough. It's an old trick. It's a trick that works well enough. Natsuhi-san. It's not like we want to suspect you, okay? We just want you to prove your innocence so we don't have to suspect you. What is she has a gun? What is this innocence you want me to prove? This morning I definitely met with father, and he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart. Are you denying that he said that too? I will certainly not permit that. I won't let you deny that father said those words. Or maybe father's body won't appear anywhere. Normally a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially dead. Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend father's nearly finished life another 7 years and keep all of his wealth for yourself? Ooh. I can't let you get away with saying that. I can't let you get away with saying any more. I am Ushirimiya Natsuhi. Although I do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved in my heart. Two that are close, about to be torn apart. I read this, right? Yeah. What do you think you're saying to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, and one who will act as such in his place? What's this? Are you going to shoot me with that gun? Go ahead. If only you just shoot. You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, right? Do it. Just try to obscure the truth of violence. You. It wasn't like Aunt Natsuhi had been actually holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But, I mean, it looked like it to me, but as she was egged on by Aunt Eva, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her. Madam, please calm yourself. Mom, you aren't lying, so there's no reason for you to listen to this. Calm down, Natsuhi-san. All you've got to do is swear the father definitely was in that room. Why are you getting so worked up? I mean, she did already, pretty much. That is correct. Natsuhi isn't lying. Shouldn't that be the end of it? Then I want you to explain. How did father manage to disappear from the room? The window was closed tight from the inside. The same was true for the door, right? This morning, if you really met with father, then you must explain how father disappeared from this unopenable door closed room scenario. If you don't, that means you're lying after all, right? How far do you plan to mock me? If you want to argue back, go ahead. That's right. Try explaining it right here, right now. If you do, I'll apologize for suspecting you. How did father manage to get out from that closed room? I cannot explain, and there's no need for me to do so. Really? Then let me explain it. Let's take the best parts from my perspective and yours and come up with a more friendly explanation. Which is what you should have done from the fucking beginning. She has a gun. Why are you antagonizing her? What the fuck? Is it just fun for you? I'll believe what you said about father still being in his room this morning. However, the next time the door was open, father wasn't there. You don't have any objections so far, right? I have no desire to hear anything more you have to say. Shut your frivolous mouth. Uh-oh, this is important. My reasoning goes like this, okay? I can confirm that on both occasions you were the only one to go through that door, and the receipt proves it. So what's the answer to the puzzle of how father left the room? He just climbed out the window, Lamayo! The window... He was sent out the window. Natsuhi-san, you threw father out of the third-story window of the study into the courtyard. You... Madam, please endure it. Eva-sama, please stop this. After that, when you left and said you were going to check the doors and windows, you took father's corpse, which had fallen in the courtyard, and hid it. That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right? This ties in with the case regarding Krasny-san and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice last night. Dude, someone is holding a rifle pointed at your wife. De-escalate. There's a really good chance we've got reason to suspect Natsuhi-san in all those cases. Normally I wouldn't want to say this. But now that it's out in the open, there's nothing else I can do. Please, Natsuhi-san, please explain how you can be innocent. Otherwise, I can't help but suspect you. Why me? Why must I, Ushirimiya Natsuhi, be insulted like this? Looks like we've got everyone's views on the record now. Who the fuck are we? It's useless. It's all useless. Aunt Eva. What do you mean, useless? We have two personalities, too. Jessica looked at me, hanging onto my every word. Anime protagonist and Western mystery novel protagonist. And Eva's expression was confident as ever. Useless, you say? What is? Battler-kun, tell me. You're only convinced it was Aunt Natsuhi because you're only looking at the case from a single angle. It's not like I'm defending her, but that bluff of a checkmate isn't gonna fly. Flip the chessboard! I think your reasoning regarding that receipt was passable. It's not a bad thread of logic, but I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best. If this were an exam, that'd be bad enough to get you extra lessons in detention, right? Ehehehe. Oh my, well, how do you think anyone could break through the door sealed by my receipt and make father disappear, other than by my theory? It's true that your theory is an interesting one, and if you could say for sure that there was no way to make grandfather disappear, then you probably would be able to prove that the last person to see him, Aunt Natsuhi, was guilty. However, since there is still a possibility she's innocent and these accusations are false, we can't be sure about that. Then Battler-kun, are you saying someone other than Natsuhi-san made grandfather disappear? It'd be impossible for anyone else to do it. My receipt proved that, right? After the first time she visited that study, and until the second time when we visited together, the study was a perfect closed room, and when the seal was broken on the closed room, he was already missing. If that doesn't prove she's the culprit, what kind of trick could they have used? Like I said, Aunt Eva, only 65 points. Let's try spinning the chessboard around, shall we? The question isn't how someone managed to make grandfather disappear from the outside. We should think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside. Okay, one second. I need to go to my DMs. Hey, Merrick. One order of a spinning chessboard emote for stream, please. Thank you. Love you, Joe. Okay, there we go. Alright, sorry, had some business to take care of. Alright, here we go. Let's continue. We should think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside. The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used. He also couldn't have gone through the window because you can't lock it from the outside, and when Aunt Eva visited the study, she checked to make sure it was locked. So the window also wasn't used. I'm fast, but not that fast. At that point, the study really was a closed room. We have to accept this. However, the study didn't remain a closed room forever. Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it'd be possible for someone to escape by that door. So, what the fuck are you saying? He just hid in the room after they opened it? Oh, was it the old hide behind the door hinge trick? Fucking they open the door, look in, Kinzo's hiding behind the fucking door like, don't move, and then he's like, and then just walk in, look around, and then he's like, outside the fucking In other words, the question isn't how Aunt Natsuhi made grandfather disappear. We need to think about he was able to escape. How did he make himself disappear? Grandfather's study isn't an ordinary study, right? According to Genji-san, there's a toilet and a kitchen and even a bedroom, almost like a little house. For example, what if he was hiding under the bed and the two of you only thought he was missing? Fucking... Why? In fact, he's still there. He just didn't want to be bothered. Let's go up. Oh, hey, Kinzo, how's it going? Oh, fucking, why do you people keep coming into my fucking room? Look at Aunt Eva. Even you didn't check that far, right? And the two of you went back down the stairs thinking he wasn't there. At that time, the receipt was already gone. In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time, it was a closed room, and escaped after letting the two of you go past him, we can crack this closed room right open. What are you talking about? Why would father need to escape the room in such a bizarre fashion? Don't be so absurd. Yeah, it might be absurd. However, it still shows there's a possibility Aunt Natsuhi is being falsely accused. Your receipt wasn't perfect. In chess, we call that check, but it isn't checkmate. But the thing that really pisses me off is how you're pressuring Aunt Natsuhi to explain it, then claiming that she must be guilty if she doesn't. If you want to go down that road, then why don't you let me? Ooh, no, that's wrong. Ushiro Battler, spin the chessboard around one more time. Hold on. Please, Merrick, he just said it again. This is desperate. Okay, and Eva, according to your own argument, you must explain to us why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house. And if you can't, it must have been you! You've been trying to force Aunt Natsuhi to explain, so I'm sure you can prove your own innocence, right? Especially now that all of your grandfather's wealth has suddenly plopped down right into your hands. That's right, you're suspicious enough, aren't you? If you say Mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see him, then what about you, Aunt Eva, the last person to see Dad and the rest? Just like Battler said, prove that you two weren't the ones who killed them. Mother, I also think your reasoning was a little overego. Oh, even George! I'm sure the recipient was an important hint. The receipt. Sorry. But like Battler-kun said, that's enough to prove that Aunt Natsuhi was responsible for some plot. We're all equally suspicious. It's not right for only Aunt Natsuhi to be persecuted. Yeah, but have you considered that I hate her? Our proud father crawling under his bed? You call the self-embarrassment I must endure in order to see you again, Bitorichi. They're walking around. He's like solid snaking it up, watching him go, whispering to himself, Bitorichi. What the eating his dominoes? Our father calling his bed. You call nonsense like that explanation? In that case, why don't you explain first? Who killed those 6 and how? And then try showing us proof that you weren't involved. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Uh-oh. Plot cough? Oh, what the hell? Oh, she's... Milady. Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking down her hands and knees. Jessica, hang in there. Dr. Nanjo. Jessica-san, your inhaler, quickly. Oh, here comes the asthma explanation. No, wait, I have one with me. Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like this when she was... Sorry, I didn't read that at all. Look like this. Looked like she was in this much pain. And Nikki, was Jessica's asthma always this bad? It's gotten a lot worse these last few years. It's no problem when she's normal, but when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing anymore. Cough, cough. Ooh, cough, cough, cough. Ooh! Oh no! She's oohing! Milady, your medicine. Here. Ugh. Cough, cough. Taking the inhaler from Cannon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control. Are you okay, Jessica? You scared me. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. Asthma attacks sound really scary. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused. But that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the cases early. Nah, they're just going to do exactly what we're doing right now, but for the right reasons. Solving all the riddles and arresting the culprit, sure. Perhaps Battler-kun is right after all. Just as Natsuhi-san is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that I'm suspicious too. Arguing about that now will surely be unproductive. Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow. But don't you want to know too, Battler-kun, who the culprit is? Don't you want to let them know the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you as soon as possible? I won't deny that. Even one day would be too long to let the wonderful bastard who's behind this go. I love that Battler stands up to his relatives. God damn. Foreshadowed a little bit when he stood up to Rosa. But that doesn't mean that I want to suspect one of the 18. Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to suspect you, Aunt Eva. To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always fun and playful, especially when Natsuhi's in the room. I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like that. I wouldn't want to do that with anyone here. Right? Everyone? I feel the same way as Battler-kun. It's pointless to trade insults. It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since morning. And also, 6 people are dead that we cared about, and they're still in the shed. Decomposing as we speak. Yep. Yep. Very stressful situation. Probably. It's only natural. It may not be my place to say it, but I think we should all relax as much as possible. Let's put a movie on. Eva, I think we better cool our heads too. The receipt's definitely a big clue for figuring out how father disappeared. We should tell the police about it when they come. That's right. Alright, officer, let me tell you, I put a receipt in that door and the door is only open. Just imagine having to explain that. Right. I just felt a little triumph when I figured out that part with the receipt. Of course, it isn't fair to only suspect Natsuhi-san, right? We're just as suspicious. But still, Battler-kun, at least the part about the receipt is real, okay? Don't forget it. And try thinking deeply about what it means one more time, okay? Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. Okay, assuming that she's right and she's telling the truth about the receipt, that is a big clue in that why wouldn't Kinzo want to be seen or to give the appearance that he's not in the room, or he actually did really leave the room beforehand? It looks like they planned on leaving the parlor. In the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing detectives. After all, the police will reveal everything anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass, and when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself when they cry. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial, and it'll all be over when they cry. It will definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry. Oh! It said it! It said it, Natsuhi-san. I take it you don't want to see my face anymore. I feel the same. If I remember correctly, yesterday you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right? No, we're all gonna sleep down here together, so no one can kill each other. Those should each have a bath and a toilet, as well as a lock and a chain to secure the door. There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, right? Do whatever you want, but make sure to be cautious. Thank you, Nissan. And mind your own business. I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, okay? Because the culprit is definitely here. And Nissan, make sure you don't forget to keep an eye on yourself, too. Have you finished taking your parting shots? Because here's mine. Yes, I'm finished. See you, Natsuhi-san. Genji-san, let us know when it's time for dinner. Until then, we'll lock ourselves in with the chain. Suspicious detail. I love that she's growing a backbone as this goes on. Genji, Kenan, escort them to the guest room. We'll be fine. I hate shady escorts. In fact, I'd be more comfortable if nobody leaves this room until we reach ours. Let's go, George. Nope, I'm staying here. I'll stay here with everyone. George! The culprit is in this room. Do you plan on staying in a place like that? Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives. I can't believe anyone in our family is capable of something that horrible. You idiot! George? Darling, you tell him too. George is already an adult man. He was engaged. If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him. Let him do what he wants. Father. I have mail? I have mail. Alright. What thank you, Merrick. What do you want it to be called? Chess? Spin? Board? Let's go spin. Hey. Alright, we want spin? Spin. There you go. There you go. Oh, it's here already. God damn. Thank you, Merrick. Emergency emote delivery. Thank you, Merrick. And Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Is Mouse still here? Is this the end of this scene is the next stopping point? Or is it the scene after this? Yeah, okay, so the scene after... when this scene ends is a stopping point. Okay. Had we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching my head when... Oh, God. Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV. I believe it now. Ooh. The letter that murders everything. It was all Beatrice. In fact, I almost feel like begging her to come out and take credit for it all. I want it to be the work of a 19th person. Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on suspecting each other. I think believing in a 19th person is better than that. Emotional deduction? I'm disappointed. Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again. That's right. Locking a door is useless against a witch, unless you put a scorpion charm on it. Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons. The 33rd ranked Gap gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location. Okay, why can you take a Natsuhi out of the room then? To her, taking a person out of any closed room isn't hard at all, you see? Why wasn't Battler killed then? Witches sure are incredible. Tell her if she feels like committing another crime to do it in a way that no human could. And make me believe that a 19th person, no, a witch, exists. Okay, if I meet her, I'll tell her. Crap, nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe a 19th person, and I deny it. And just when I want to believe there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Yeah, I really do feel the back and forth. Anyone else feel that Battler's kind of enjoying it though? Even though I want it to be... I wonder if like he was... And I do mean this in a literal sense. I wonder if he was literally born to do this. And that's why he had to be named Battler. It's some sort of prophecy realization or something. That's why the names were there. I mean, literally he was born to do this. And that's why he's like enjoying it in some way. Even though I want there to be more than just the 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in this mansion is So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. Okay. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be, well, I mean, like, Beatrice is here, but also not here. Maybe she's a 0.5. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. But, and yet, 19, what is it? Is this greater than or lesser than? I can never remember the direction. Alligator eats the smaller number, right? Or is it bigger number? Fucking hell. The arrow points to the lesser number, right? It's wider where it's bigger. Okay, all right. So lesser than. All right. Well, I mean, Joe, I just led with I can never remember. I've had to use these symbols all the fucking time in Sudoku, man, and I can never remember what they are. I always get them mixed up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Always. How do you explain the fraction less than 1? It's no wonder. That 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. The witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19 greater than x greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that x. Seven. Huh. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. Okay, let's save it. Okay, before we... An easy way to remember is that yeah, I always remember the crocodile alligator mouth thing, and then I always fucking forget like what it is, because like to me it would be like the alligator eats the lesser number, because the alligator is representing the strength of the number on the other side, and wants to, that's where my brain goes, because it's stupid to me. Yeah. Hold on. I'm not saying that the lesser and greater numbers are stupid. I'm saying I'm stupid. The way I look at it is stupid. Okay? I've read the explanation so many times. I've like used those so many times, and I just always get it mixed up. For whatever reason, I don't know why. I can never keep it straight in my head when I first see it. To be honest, though, I've even seen Mark and Simon get them mixed up sometimes on Cracking the Cryptic. So I think it's a fairly common thing, and those guys are like really smart and use those symbols and numbers all the time. So if you never get it mixed up in chat, congratulations, you're a Chad. But like I feel it's fairly common to just be like, wait, hold on, which side is it again? I think that happens. People are like so mean when it comes to math stuff. Anyway, before I go, thank you again, Merrick, for the emergency emote delivery. Pretty good stream. Really enjoying the story. Probably the best stream of this so far, actually. I've really enjoyed this. Curious to see where it goes. The back and forth about is there or isn't there a witch isn't annoying me yet, but it might soon if there's not something of a resolution, I guess, at some point. Ooh. Okay, I like that. Yeah, I think someone like that should replace it for next week if you want to do that, Merrick. Let's tease chat a little bit. Honestly, kind of lewd. Who knew that a chessboard could be lewd? Who knew? Read the Kinzo bio? What do you mean? Did it change when he went missing? I didn't notice. Disappeared from his study unnoticed. Kinzo's study has everything from a bed to a toilet and to a bathtub, so it's extremely rare for him to go outside. However, he does occasionally go out for a walk on a whim without telling anybody, and his disappearance invariably leads to a huge uproar throughout the house. He usually comes back as soon as he gets hungry. Usually. Okay, so these update as they go along, I guess. Okay, for no reason at all, let's put Natsuhi on the screen. Before I go, thank you That Great Peanut for 100 bits. Do you have any characters where you're like, man, I wish you'd kick my chest so hard you cave it in, then spit into my chest cavity? I mean, you could look at the screen if you want. I'm feeling the energy. Thank you, That Great Peanut. Thank you, Pincerata, for some bits as well. I thought I was going to hate Battler when I started Umineko. Yeah, me too. But post Kairi death, he quickly became my favorite character and one of my favorite pro tags. He manages to often say what the player is thinking while still feeling his own character and not a player stand-in. Yeah, he does have that kind of energy, doesn't he? Yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Did you read Kinzo's description after you went missing? We just read it, yeah. We just read it. It's a little different now. Do you mean hate Maria as a character or her writing? I hate her as a character. I don't hate her as the writing. I hate her as a character. Like I just like, oh my god, like get her off the screen, please. She makes me very uncomfortable. Read Shannon's? We did read Shannon's. We read Shannon's shortly after she died. Are we rating some today? I don't think we're rating some today, no. I think I'm just gonna say thank you and then I'm going to end the stream. Unless we have a good rate target that you can just deliver to me like right now. That Great Peanut for some more bits. Is it weird to be 21 and attracted to ladies up to 60 years old, asking for definitely a friend and not me? For sure, for sure, for sure. I'm starting to think you're attracted to just almost anyone, That Great Peanut. Like, yeah. I mean, it could be weird, but, you know, just because it's weird doesn't mean it's wrong. Go for it. Thank you, Puka Boy, for some bits as well. Thanks for the great stream. Detective Joe. Ooh, I should get a hat and then no one can trust me. Thank you, Seda Sai, also for some bits. Hi, Joe. Stuck watching VODs, but hope you're having a good day today. I'm having a pretty good day, yeah. Took the kids to the candy store. Got to do some Umineko. Made some progress in Unnamed Space Idol. Had some good food. I'm doing okay. By the way, did you get rated? The viewer count went up 3.9k and then down in to 3.3 in seconds. No, I didn't get rated unless it's not showing on my list. Sometimes it just glitches out a little bit, maybe. There was a message about Danganronpa, I think. Since Danganronpa was brought up earlier, so Uchi Koshi, 999 guy, and Kodaka, Danganronpa guy, was asked about how it's like co-writing and directing the game together, and Kodaka said this: I haven't fully read Uchi Koshi's script yet, but colleagues in the studio have shared that it matches his personality. After the game releases, I look forward to experiencing the story myself. They are co-writing the game, Joe, and he hasn't even read it. This game is going to be a mess. I'm in. Oh, I'm in. That would be so good. Holy shit. Is there a current stream plan anywhere? But we stream Tuesday to Saturday right now, and Saturday is Umineko, but next Friday is also going to be Umineko because it's a special one, so we're doing that. What game is it? I don't know. Well, whatever it is, we should play it. More brighting. More brighting. Do more brighting. I should update the bottom of the stream with some stuff, with some information, everything, yeah. Joe, imagine the death scene with the original sprite. Yeah, I was thinking that earlier, like how it wouldn't land as well for me with the sprites, but I guess eventually you just stop seeing them and it's more about the texts. I hate you. Why have you showed something that interesting? Now I want to read more, but next stream is a week away, so I don't know what to do. Why don't you start reading it yourself? And then you can experience it like a stream ahead of me, and then you get to experience it again when like, ooh, I wonder what Joe in the community is going to react to all these things. You could do that if you wanted to. Or you could just wait, and I could read it too if you like. The game is called 100 Line Defense. Alright. Okay. Oh, thank you, That Great Peanut, for some more bits. My type is either any woman ever or Ikutsuki Persona 3. That's a narrow type. Are you disappointed there wasn't an actual art to the bodies, or do you appreciate it was left to the imagination? I'm fine with it being left to the imagination, and we did get to see a bit of Shannon, which is, in my opinion, the most tragic death that happened there, except for Kyrie, obviously. But yeah, I think it worked. I'm not expecting a hell of a lot of visuals in this, and so far it's done more than I thought it was going to. So maybe that changes. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I am going to go. I will see you on Tuesday for more Persona 3, and I don't know if we're going to do fan art next week, because if we are doing fan art, we should probably do it on Thursday. I think we're probably gonna skip though, probably, because I like having fan art Friday, but next Friday is a special stream, possibly with Greg, so we'll see. So I'll see you on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for Persona 3, and then 2 Umineko streams next week, and then depending on how Persona 3 goes, maybe we'll start doing Umineko twice a week, but yeah, we'll see. Anyway, see you later. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope I did a decent job. And thank you, Pincerata, for gifting a sub to That Great Peanut. Thanks. See you later, everyone.